I'm ready now.
Good evening, everyone. If you could please take your seats, we'd like to call to order tonight's meeting of the South Miami City Commission. If you could please silence or turn off your cell phones, we would be grateful. Today is Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. The time is just after 7 p.m. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll, please.
Yes, Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Here.
Commissioner Boniche,
Here.
Commissioner Kaye.
Here online.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we could please stand for a brief moment of silence and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Boniche. Commissioner?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a number of presentations.
Yes.
Can you
yeah,
read the
four.
first item, please?
Yes, proclamation, Miami-Dade County Public Schools Teacher of the Year, Roberto Rabella, South Miami Middle Community School.
Great. Madam Clerk, do you have the proclamation? Is Mr. Robello here? Please come forward, sir. Thank you for being with us. Sir, thank you for joining us. We have a few presentations. Let me get through to the right document. So it's been a great year for South Miami, 2026. A lot of important people in our community, starting with our educators, students, athletes, have been recognized for accomplishments in their field, starting with Mr. Robello, who was recognized as our community's Teacher of the Year. So I want to read quickly a proclamation in his honor, which reads, whereas Roberto Robello, a dedicated educator at South Miami Middle School, has demonstrated exceptional commitment to academic excellence, student mentorship, and advancement in public education, whereas his passion for teaching, innovative instructional leadership, and steadfast belief in the potential of every student, he has positively impacted countless young lives and fostered a culture of achievement and integrity. And whereas his selection as Miami-Dade County Public Schools Teacher of the Year represents one of the highest honors bestowed upon an educator in our region, recognizing his outstanding professional accomplishments and meaningful contributions to his school community. And on and on and on. And therefore, myself, Javier Fernandez, as mayor, along with my colleagues on the City Commission, Vice Mayor Brian Corey, Commissioner Lisa Boniche, Commissioner Steve Kaye, and Danny Rodriguez, do hereby proclaim today, February 17th, 2026, as Roberto Rabello Day.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So if you please introduce yourself, for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about your tenure at South Miami and how long you've been an educator. We'd appreciate it.
Okay, fond memories of this chamber here. In 2018, I came with my civic students, and we petitioned the then mayor to turn South Miami into the first compassionate city in the nation. The city council and the mayor were moved, and that never really took off, but it was such a great experience for my students. I've been at South Miami Middle School now for 22 years. I got into the profession of teaching because my youngest brother was 10 years old when he was born, and he was born fine, but then he had some complications, and the prognosis was grim. They told my mom he'd be a vegetable, he would never walk and talk, and it was my mom's tenacity and not accepting that prognosis from the doctor. And I learned from her that if you're willing to find solutions, solutions are there to be found, which established my personal philosophy of do what others won't. That's what I teach my kids. I love teaching.
What do you teach, if I can ask?
I teach civics.
There you go, great.
I teach civics, yes. So it's always interesting, and I teach the kids to be steward of their community. We have as a matter of fact, some of my students are here today, and
Do you guys want to come up and say a few words about your teacher? Who's here?
we got Lisa back here.
Come on up, come on up.
And it's usually the
raise your
smallest
hand
and the quietest that usually come
You
up.
raise your hand, dangerous things happen. So.
Be careful what you do.
Good evening, what's your name? Your name, please, for the record.
Emma Gonzalez.
Emma, thank you for coming with us. What do you love most about Mr. Robello?
I like when we do like the movements and the beach ball learning. I like how I'm able to learn a lot of things in his class. with the guided notebooks, and we could tape things instead of writing things down all the time. It's a fun class. It's my favorite period of the day. I really like it. So
And what grade are you in?
I'm in 7th.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next young lady. Come on up. What's your name, please?
My name is Isabel Colon.
Isabel, thank you for being here. So what do you love most about your teacher?
I love that Mr. Abello makes us feel limited in the beginning of class as we do our daily affirmations.
I'm sorry, limitless? Is that what
Limitless.
Limitless, perfect, okay. Thank you. Thank you for being brave enough to get up and share a few thoughts with us. So colleagues, we're going to take a picture.
Okay.
But I just want to say personally, as the son of a public school teacher, 42 years at Miami-Dade County Public Schools, thank you for what you do. It's a tough job. It's very underappreciated in our society today. And I hope you get as much joy out of seeing your students get up here and achieve success. Our city attorney is a proud graduate of South Miami Middle as well, not Lily, but Tony Resio. You guys do tremendous work under very challenging circumstances. And I just want to say, on behalf of this entire council, thank you for representing our community so well.
Thank you so very much. It's my honor.
One more, thank you. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Sure, that'd be great too, yeah. Oh. Hey, Mr. Rebello, if there's anything we can do to help your students as you teach them a bit about civics, whether it's have them come shadow us at a future meeting or organize a some sort of internship here through the city, we'd love to invite them to come out and participate. Maybe we can have a conversation about setting up a student advisory group here for the council as well.
That would be great. As a matter of fact, we want to schedule a field trip to one of the next coming meetings in order to have the kids petition the city, but something at a smaller scale.
Sure.
We've always talked about the Power of One has been actively involved in the community for the last 12 years, and I've worked together with the former chief, Chief Landa. And as a matter of fact, tomorrow the police officers are coming to pick up the blankets for the homeless, which is something that we do to increase community policing, which is so important to me and to our school. So we would like to see the possibility of petitioning the city to turn Southwest 60th Street to the Power of One Street.
Okay.
So that's something that they would like to inquire about.
Let's do that. We're happy to walk them through the process because it's
Yeah.
not an easy one. So
Yeah, yeah.
fantastic.
So
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Congratulations, and again, thank you for what you do. It's not easy being a teacher, and I think we all learned that during COVID. Somerset SOMI does a day where one of their classes comes in, and we're all here, and they get to ask us a bunch of questions of our jobs and what we do for the city and so on and so forth. But it's personal time that we get with them. So maybe the principal or yourself can call the clerk or the manager and see maybe we can set one of those days up where you bring a class to the chambers and we can have a day where they can just ask us all the questions that they,
that would be great.
yeah.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you could please read item 2.
Yes, proclamation, Jennifer Jimenez, winner of Educator Award at the Grammys, South Miami Senior High.
Thank you. Mr. Penton, I see you in the audience. Would you mind coming up and introducing your colleague for us? Sorry to put you on the spot, sir, but I know you're good on your feet. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kai, did you want to add something before we turn the page? I apologize, sir.
Thanks, Mayor. No, I just wanted to follow up with what Commissioner Rodriguez said, that we do a field trip, and obviously we show all the different aspects of our city government. So for a civics class, it'd be a great opportunity for the kids to learn. We've done it now 3 years in a row. Obviously, you guys have done it with me, so it should be pretty easy to follow through on that.
Great, thank you.
And congratulations to the Teacher of the Year, obviously.
Mr. Penton, how are you?
Well, doing great. How about yourself?
Doing very well, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. I didn't know that I was speaking, but
I know, I'm sorry to catch you off
I
guard
shouldn't
here.
be surprised.
Yeah.
Honor to be here, principal, South Miami Senior High. I'm year 5 now at South Miami Senior. I want to thank you for always being so supportive. Thank you for having us here today and recognizing my incredible teacher. You've already said a few things that are so true. The job is not easy, extremely challenging, I think today more than ever. But I would say that maybe specifically to my Grammy Award-winning band director, I don't think people realize how hard these individuals work, right? So we see coaches out on the field after hours, and the hours that band directors and orchestra directors at high schools, the kind of time they have to put in, most evenings, often on Saturdays, weekend events that go from 8 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. It really is a lot of work that often goes unseen. In our case, we were honored to have our incredible band director recognized at the Grammys, which was unbelievable. I don't know if you folks were watching the Grammys, but
I was, that's how I found out, so.
she was up there with Bad Bunny and all those. So that was a pretty cool thing, I think, as educators, oftentimes, it's not the most glamorous of jobs at times. So to be invited to such an event and to be recognized at the Grammys, I think was special and extremely deserving. Now, before I introduce her, I must say as well, next to her is Noah Jimenez, freshman at South Miami Senior High, who today was recognized for being on the principal's honor roll.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Ms. Jimenez, why don't you come on up? Give her a round of applause. So before I read this proclamation, I just want to say it was very cool to be watching the Grammys and see a teacher from South Miami recognized. I'm embarrassed we didn't know about you before, but whatever we can do to support your program, please let us know. We're happy to lean in. This is just a small honor, token of our appreciation for all that you've given our community. And it reads, whereas Jennifer Jimenez, an esteemed educator at South Miami Senior High, has demonstrated exceptional dedication to music education and student achievement, and through her passion, leadership, and unwavering commitment to excellence, has inspired countless students to discover their talents, develop their confidence, and pursue artistic and academic success. And whereas her innovative teaching methods, tireless advocacy for the arts education have strengthened the cultural fabric of our community and elevated the standard of music education in our schools. And whereas being named a recipient of the prestigious Grammy Music Educator Award is a national honor that recognizes her extraordinary impact in the classroom and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Javier Fernandez, Mayor, along with my colleagues on the City Commission again, Vice Mayor Brian Corey, Commissioners Lisa Bonich, Steve Kaya, and Danny Rodriguez, do hereby proclaim today, February 18th, we didn't want to do today, February 18th, 2026, as Jennifer Jimenez Day. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So if you could share with us, how did you end up being nominated for the award? Just curious.
So the Grammy Music Educator Award is a nomination process. Anyone can nominate a music educator. In this case, I was nominated by an alumni of our program, and I found out later who that alumni was. There's a pretty rigorous 5-step process that you have to go through in multiple levels. So you submit an application. Then if they like your application, you go to quarterfinals. There's about 256 of us that made quarterfinals. Then you go through a whole other process. There was videos and conducting and videos, education, lesson plans, all sorts of things. Then 25 advanced to semifinals, and then there was more processes. Then 10 made finals, and then from those 10 finalists, I was selected as the winner this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions or comments?
Introduce us to your children.
So this is my son, Noah Jimenez. He's a freshman at South Miami School of the Arts with me, and my daughter, Eden Jimenez, and she is in the music program at South Miami Middle School.
There you go. Fantastic.
Wow. Well, and congratulations for a principal's honor roll. Y'all must be so proud of your mom. I know we're proud of you, and imagine, well, you never know. But if they're musically inclined like you are, then they totally get the honor that you have. Congratulations. I think that's so awesome, and I think it's especially great that you brought your kids with you to celebrate.
Thank you so much.
Colleagues? No? Commissioner Kaya, yes, waving there. I apologize. It's so weird not to have you here yelling at me from the dais. So
I want to hear one story about the Grammys. Any star that you were starstruck that you just like, wow, I can't believe I just saw and met him or her.
So I was very, very fortunate to have some wonderful folks working with me at the Grammys, the Recording Academy, the Grammy Museum. I had some wonderful handlers that would walk me through all the different events. So I actually attended 5 different events, one of which was televised. The ones you guys saw would be the Sunday night televised telecast. But the event started Thursday night with the Person of the Year, which was the Mariah Carey benefit and tribute concert. And there was a lot of performers at that event, and I was very, very fortunate to make some really good connections and get to meet some very lovely people, including Mariah Carey, Billy Porter, Adam Levine, numerous celebrities. They were all very, very, very nice. My students really wanted me to try to meet Bad Bunny, but unfortunately his security was very tight. But every screen you could see me sitting right behind him because I was fortunate enough to sit in the front row. So we were very grateful.
awesome.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
One is a little silly, but what were you wearing? Because obviously you go to this event, like, who's the designer, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
so we had to do the whole Instagram post. Luckily, I have a really good social media team now. I do not know how to use Instagram well. I had 2 dresses by McDougal and then a custom dress by Giovanni. So we're very fortunate
Very
to work with
cool.
some very nice boutiques in the area to get me fitted for those events.
And the last question, more seriously, I mean, it's a tough time to be a music educator in particular, right? There's not a lot of resources to help you in your mission. So what can we do to help you advance music education here as a city?
So I think what we really are grateful for is we have an incredible support team. You see the principals here at the middle school, the K-8, and the senior high all have incredible administrators. I know I speak for my colleagues in our feeder pattern that are just grateful. You know, we ask for a concert, we ask for, field trips, and all of our administrators have been just on board with that, which is extremely beneficial. So thank you both to our Wildcat principal and Mr. Penton, our principal here. I think the one thing that we really could benefit from across our feeder pattern, specific at the high school, is we want to expand music education, and in order to do that, we need more instruments. Instruments are expensive, and I understand there's always tight budgets everywhere. We would love, we always march the City of South Miami Parade. We did the Parade of the Elves this year, and I'm grateful to John and to some of those folks for helping with dry cleaning costs. But we'd love to be able to expand our offerings, have more kids in band, but to do that, we would need more equipment and instruments. So
And what does that cost?
depends what you want to talk about.
No, I mean,
So just to give you a frame of reference,
Yeah.
the smallest instrument you can purchase is a flute. That's about $1,000. Up to a tuba, which we have students who can play tubas, those run $8,000 to $10,000. And the thing is with our school, and I'm a firm believer that bands the family you get to choose, which was part of my Grammy platform. And with that being said, I believe that students shouldn't have to incur the cost of renting an instrument to participate. Our school's been very fortunate over the years to kind of get together a bunch of instruments, but we really would love to offer more things. So, we would love for partners, donors, any support we could receive in those areas. I know our school would be very grateful. We make do with very, good resources. I know our principal does a really great job with his budget and supporting us, but those capital costs are high, and understandably, it's tough to run music programs like that.
well, we'll shake some trees, and I'll commit to raising $5,000 to support the program,
I appreciate it.
which we were lucky enough to do that for your sister program at the middle. So
Well deserved.
happy to support them as well. And again, thank you so much for what you do. Again, you all are such an incredible asset to our community, and we're glad that you got this most deserved recognition. And hopefully, it was a lot of fun.
It was incredible. So thank
Awesome.
you. I hope
Thank
we
you.
represented you well, and I really appreciate the honor. Thank you.
Quick picture. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could read item 3, please.
Yes, certificate of recognition, George Ramos Barbella, Vice City Pizza.
Thank you. I'm gonna recognize my colleague, Commissioner Bonich, to kind of help us with this particular item. If you could, yeah. Thank you. Ramos, how are you? Good evening.
Good, well, how are you guys?
Good, good, sir.
Okay, we have a certificate of recognition for George Ramos in grateful recognition of your partnership and support of the City of South Miami. Your commitment to our community, including generously hosting an event at Barbella, reflects the spirit of collaboration, hospitality, and civic pride that enriches our community. You've exemplified what it means to be a valued community partner. Even more than that, I would think Alicia would say you're an amazing husband. We've seen you be an amazing father. I can say wholeheartedly you are a very good friend,
Thank you.
and we are all lucky to have you.
I'm very lucky to have you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos, you're recognized.
So one of the things I say about the city more than anything is how amazing you guys are. Probably the hardest thing I had to do was notify you guys that we did sell the restaurant space. There's nobody, as far as a community, that I think deserves for this neighborhood to be what it should be more than you guys. You guys work hard, you guys care, and you have gone above and beyond from the second I walked into the city. Most of you become family, and I'm really grateful for that. I see Danny's going through a little bit of withdrawal. I'll bring a pizza tomorrow for you, buddy. But listen, I have more than plans to be back and be part of this neighborhood and this community. You guys deserve it and so much more. So thank you for what you guys have done for me from day one. And like I said, I do consider all of you family. So
For those
I'm
of us
really
who don't know you, maybe in the audience are watching, can you tell us your business, where you're still operating? Again,
Yeah,
we want to
absolutely.
support you beyond South Miami.
So my name's George Ramos. I'm the chef owner of Bardi Hospitality Group, which is Vice City Pizza, Barbella, Sabada Rooftop, Bardi, and hopefully some more come to this neighborhood. I was in an unfortunate situation where, not that the restaurant wasn't doing great because the neighborhood supported us like crazy, but I got an offer to be replaced by somebody, and it was an offer I couldn't refuse, and it was a situation where I couldn't say no because I had to take care of my family. Outside matters, I had nothing to do with the city or the restaurant, so a sad decision. And like I said, telling you guys was probably harder than telling my daughter who the restaurant was named afterwards. So that's how much you guys mean to me and how much I care about you guys. So again, I am grateful for you, and I am ready for what the city is going to become with great leadership like you guys.
Well, I just want to say we wanted to recognize you because, as Lisa shared, you've been somebody, whenever you've been asked to help with anything, you're the first person to say yes. And we are really grateful for proprietors like you that just really want to be part of the fabric of the community. And
listen, just because I'm not here, I'll still be here.
We
and
know
hopefully
that.
Next year I don't come in the eighth place in a pig roast.
we know, but I wanted to say thank you on the record. And yeah, exactly.
Thank Danny for that one. Just saying.
There you go.
But thank you again.
Thank you
And-
guys.
Danny,
Appreciate
did you want to say
this.
something?
And if we're in this area and we still want to eat, Savada Rooftop, everybody.
Thank
It's
you,
awesome.
guys.
I love it there.
I mean, I don't have to tell you. You already know how I feel about everything you've done and you know what you did, you know, on Thanksgiving and all the lechons that you did just to help bring people to the city. You know, very grateful for that. Obviously, I'm very sad to see you go, but I know, and I'm going to put you on the spot here on the record, is we're hoping for that other concept to hopefully come in the near future.
Yes, sir. 100%. I actually ran into him today, so we'll sit down next week and we'll talk about it. Look,
Hopefully.
again, just to reiterate, you guys are amazing, and I feel South Miami is my home, and we do plan on being back sooner than later. So, and it's mostly because of you guys. So know that.
And anything we can do to help you, you know that we're here.
100%.
Commissioner Gaia, you good?
Well, I mean, Georgie knows that, you know, we appreciated the love and the relationship we had between the restaurant and the city, and just how great of a neighbor he was and how forthcoming he was. And you asked him to do a pig roast here for our police, and he was first one to put his hands up. So that's the type of neighbor, the type of person he is, and the type of restaurant that he delivers. So I wish you nothing but the best. I've always told you that, and I'm looking forward to you to coming back with the arms wide open. So
100%.
Thank you. Let's
soon,
take a quick
brother,
picture.
soon.
Thank you. Okay, last but not least on the presentations, Madam Clerk, if you can read item 4, please.
Yeah, certificate of recognition, Nikki Spolstra, sponsor of the Play Forest on the South Somi portion of the Underline.
Thank you. To start, if I could ask Mr. Cloakley from the Underline to come up and introduce our next individual we're recognizing this evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. I'm Ulyss Cleckley, CEO of the Underline. And first, I want to say thank you to you, Mayor Fernandez, as well as the rest of the commission for continuously supporting the Underline. We're about 5 miles out of 10 miles complete. We should be done with all 10 miles later in the year. And if you recall, back in June, we had a celebratory event and a groundbreaking for the Nikki Spolstra Play Forest, which is about a 8,000 square foot natural play forest that's behind City Hall, sandwiched between the South Miami Library. Many of you had the pleasure of attending, and we had a great time there at that specific event, but it really signifies what the Underline is about. The Underline is a public-private partnership, and having great partners like Nikki Spolstra to come in and really help support this great, fantastic asset for the community is something that's very special. And so I would like to introduce the newest member to the Underline family, Nikki Spolstra, to come up, and that's for her to accept this recognition.
Thank you.
Nikki?
And Nikki, before we let you speak, I'm going to recognize my colleague, Commissioner Gaia, who sponsored this item, and let him say a few words as well. Commissioner?
I just feel like every time we have something to do with the Underline, I'm never there for it. I missed a whole bunch of things, but I promise you, I've wanted to be there. Ms. Spolstra, when I heard that you're sponsoring this part of the Underline, and more specifically, which we feel is one of the more important parts of the Underline for our kids in our community, I just wanted to make sure that you're recognized with you and your family for such a wonderful idea, gesture. And we just want to welcome here into our community with arms wide open. So thank you for what you did for us.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here. I'm a third generation Miamian. My dad is here. I was born and raised in Miami. My dad was born and raised in Miami. My grandfather was born here. And so I come from a family of public servants, teachers, public school educators. I was a public school educator myself. My dad was a firefighter. And so being a part of the community is really important to me, and the legacy that I want my family to have on this great city that we get to reap so many benefits from, and really just create a space for families to come together and play, especially near the public library, bringing people together, getting people where they want to go, right? With the Underline, the train, part of the big public transportation in Miami. It's not a very glamorous thing, public transportation, right? You know, you think about it, it's not sexy, it's not cool, but we're making it cool, and we're making it beautiful, and we're taking this space, and we're creating meeting spaces. I mean, there's so many programs that we're going to be able to create for children and families and the citizens of Miami. But more than that, it's the fact that, Eula's touched on the fact that it's a public-private park. And I would like more citizens and residents of the communities that the underline touches to understand that they can get involved in all kinds of capacities, not just in monetary involvement, but they can be of service with their time and their talent as well. And it's great to be a part of something so special. And Meg Daly is like, I want to be her when I grow up, and
She's a force of nature.
she
for
really
sure.
is. And
Yeah.
it's great to be in her sphere of orbit. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to impact Miami in this way with my children and my
Well, Ms.
family.
Wilson, again, thank you. We have a small certificate of recognition for you, and I'll just read it very quickly. In grateful recognition of your generous sponsorship and unwavering commitment to the children and families of our community, through your support, this Play Forest on South Miami portion of the Underline will create a vibrant, imaginative, and inclusive space where children can explore, learn, and grow. Your investment in this project strengthens our public spaces and enriches the lives of countless families for generations to come. So thank you, and we hope that in the very near future, we match your very generous gift with a state-of-the-art library that kids can enjoy, both a new reading room and this wonderful outdoor amenity that you're providing. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. And congratulations to the teachers that have been honored today. Thank you for everything that you do for students.
Thank you.
One more. All right, thank you, guys. 1, 2, 3.
See, this is the definition of FOMO.
Okay, colleagues, we have a few folks in the audience for some items, and I'd like to try to advance those, but we're going to quickly try to go through, without objection, minutes, our reports, public remarks, and then I'd like to call items 6 and discussion item M5, and then move on to hopefully the Avalon Bay project. I know we do have one member of the public who wanted to speak on items 3 and 4 as well. So colleagues, any objection to proceeding in that fashion? Okay, so with that, if Madam Clerk, or colleagues, any comments regarding the minutes of January 20th or February 3rd? Seeing no comments, is there a motion to adopt the minutes of, again, January 20th and February 3rd? Madam Clerk, one motion?
I'll move the motion.
Okay, one motion?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Rodriguez and a second by Vice Mayor Corey. Show those minutes adopted without objection. Mr. Manager, if we can get your report, please, sir.
Mayor, as the deputy walks up to provide a report, I just want to, I know you had asked, I want to give an interim report related to the dog park.
Please, thank you, sir.
Just to provide some clarity there. As you know, the city has enjoyed a partnership with the Elks Lodge for years to provide a portion of their property. It's about a 15-foot width portion that complements our dog park. That was a relationship that was established through an agreement some years ago. That agreement had expired, but it continued to operate at that site. Elks Lodge leadership, from an organizational standpoint, has concerns and had concerns related to any liability as a result of any activity that goes on in that park and being a party to it. And as part of the conversations as of late, they were very concerned with that and had expressed a desire to not continue the relationship from the standpoint of being exposed and the liability of that. So I was out of town, but there was a meeting with staff and Elks Lodge leadership. I did speak to the representative while I was out of town. The park was closed immediately as per their concerns of liability, and any day that would be open to try and work something out. It was one more day that they were concerned, so in abundance of caution, the park was closed. I've had conversations with them to see if there is a possibility that that park would be open in some way, shape, or form that would either protect them from a liability standpoint and/or maybe we can transfer the asset, that portion of the asset. It's not the entire park. It's about a 15-foot width of the park. So the abrupt nature of it was because of the conversation, and they just felt that they could not allow more time with the park out there and maybe incur a liability. So for that reason, staff had closed the park. I will come back and talk to him again a little bit more and see if there's a possibility we can open the park and/or maybe reduce the size of the park. I know our interim director had gone out to check and see if that's something that was still operational, and/or leave it closed and look for an alternate. So I just wanted to, I know you had asked Mayor about it, and I think it was important to provide some additional clarity out in the community because there was some confusion as to that. We're going to revise our messaging out there, so I think the community can have a clearer picture of the facts behind it. That way, I think it's important for them to know that there has been a long relationship. The Elks has been a partner, and this is the issue that arose that triggered this closure.
Mr. Manager, just a couple questions for myself, and I'll ask my colleagues if they have any as well. And that, have there been any incidents historically? I mean, this has been an agreement that was in place since 2014, so we haven't had any litigation or claims around dog bites or anything else?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay. And ironically, I think this was born of the fact that we're trying to actually erect signage to acknowledge their gift at their request for the local leadership. Is that actually correct? The discussion about was precipitated by the fact that we were actually trying to erect some signage acknowledging the fact that we thought donated all the space or a portion of it for our use as a dog park. Is that correct?
I know that there, yes, there was a conversation. I think that some time ago, given that the actual lease had expired or the agreement had expired, that triggered a conversation on their part. Also, while the conversation about proper recognition.
And Madam City Attorney, do we indemnify them under the prior agreement? And do we provide them insurance or what's?
No, there was no insurance required.
Okay, and
No
so,
indemnity.
Mr. Manager, something as simple as that, a way to remediate their concern or address their concern? What has been concretely, is there anything we can do to kind of rectify that exposure and kind of put the Humpty Dumpty back together again?
Yeah, they're concerned with the nature of a claim that could occur at a site like this and the openness from a standpoint of what the price tag of that could be. So that they were concerned that, they may not be fully protected. I did have a conversation about if there was a path from that standpoint, and if there's not, would there be an interest potentially in us acquiring that portion? So that was my last conversation with them, and we're going to come back and have that conversation. We need to make an assessment. I think the Parks Director made an assessment already, but a little bit more in detail since I'm back in town as to, is it really operational at that point? If we reduce it by 15, is it still, something that the public can enjoy? And, it's a separate operational assessment. But
Okay. Colleagues, any questions of the manager on this item? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
To the manager, the grand majority of the park belongs to South Miami, correct? And they own a small piece. Do we know what the difference is? Or?
So their portion's about 15 feet wide. I think that is not a square or a rectangle. It's odd shaped, so I think in some points it's about 60 foot wide, if I remember.
Oh, really?
Other points is a little bit smaller, so 15 of that.
Okay, so if we wanted to keep it as a temporary park until we found a new one, it's not just as simple as just putting a fence down our line and?
Commissioner, we could. We got to move the fence, and there's some elements that are in the way that also would have to be moved. And, at that point, we'd have to see, okay, if we're going to do that and spend that kind of money, is it even worth it?
Yeah.
Given that it's, 15 feet less, and that's the assessment that we're making.
Okay.
Further questions?
It's, given that there's only one parking space and then handicap, it's really something that serves mostly those that are really, really nearby, just because there's really nowhere to park. Although they park in other people's property to go there, and just because it's so limited. That's something that we're considering as well.
Further questions? Commissioner Kaye, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I understand the problem. We've gotten a lot of complaints around the neighborhood that it's closed and what a shame. So, we have all the opportunities to get that up and going again. It would be beneficial. And by the way, this is the only dog park we have in the city. Is this correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So, we've acquired a new park, we have other allocations, and, we should really start thinking about what second option would be.
Mr. Manager, thank you for the update. If we can give us an update, but no later than the 3rd, that would be appreciated. I know I've gotten, I think, 15 calls about this over the last few days, so if we can update the messaging, and to the public, we apologize. This got us as unaware as it has everyone else, and as a user of the park, I walk my dog down there, we all understand the impact and the import of getting this back open if possible. Madam Manager, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Last weekend, we had the first community cleanup of 2026, and it was our biggest one yet, so I wanted to say thank you to our community affairs team, all the volunteers that came out. We had 40 volunteers come out, and they picked up 186 pounds of trash, so it was very successful. We look forward to continuing this quarterly and continuing to grow it. On the event side, this weekend is the SOMI Arts Fest. That's Saturday and Sunday on Sunset Drive. So our team has also worked very closely with the Rotary Club, hand delivering notices to businesses, making sure people get involved, making sure that they know about the closures. So that's something that people are excited for as well. And I'll keep it short. The rest of the manager's report is in the agenda tonight.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Colleagues, any questions of our manager? No? Thank you for the report. Madam City Attorney, you're recognized for your report. please.
Yes, hi, good evening, everybody. Just an update on the purchase of the Manor Lane property. It was today. We're just finalizing the funding, hopefully by tomorrow. So as of tomorrow, the city will be the proud owner of the Manor Lane property. I know that was directed by all of you and a big consideration, and that's all we have.
Thank you for that. It's good news. Appreciate the hard work, everyone. Okay, with that, we'll close our reports and move on to public remarks. I do have a list of 6 speakers that are registered. If you have not signed up, please see Jason here at the front, or, I'm sorry, you got the list back there? No, it's right here. Oh, list is right here. You can sign up for public remarks here. First off, we've got Jenna Diaz regarding Ludlam Elementary. Good evening. What's your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Jenna Diaz, and I have proudly been part of the South Miami community for the past 13 years, working with the children and families of Ludlam Elementary School. Ludlam is a hidden gem right here in South Miami, right down the street. Our school has been a part of this community for over 70 years. However, currently, families are being drawn to other schools outside of the area before exploring what our school truly has to offer. As parents and community members, we all want the very best for our children, but here's the truth, we already have it. Ludlam is a STEAM Gold school. We have earned first place in the district for the Dream and Green Challenge 2 years in a row. We are consistently an A school, not once by chance, but year after year. And in fact, our academic scores surpass many of the schools that families are choosing. And yes, those achievements matter. But tonight I want to talk about something even more meaningful than a letter grade, our size. We are small, and that is our superpower. In a city as big and busy as Miami, small is powerful. Small means your child is not a number. Small means teachers know your child's name, their strengths, their challenges, and their dreams. Small means when a student is absent, someone notices. When they succeed, it's celebrated. And when they struggle, the support is personal. This kind of attention is rare. It cannot be replicated in larger schools where students can easily get lost in the crowd. But we offer so much more than this and strong test scores. We have a thriving school garden where students learn sustainability firsthand, a fully equipped science lab, a hydroponics system that brings innovation into real-world learning, a robotics program that prepares students for the future, an award-winning chess team that builds strategy and confidence, cheerleading that builds spirit and teamwork, and a vibrant theater program where creativity shines. Our students are not only achieving, they are discovering who they are. Ludlam is more than a school. We are a community. We are neighbors investing in neighbors, and we are families growing together. When families leave their neighborhood school, they don't just move their children. They move their energy, their involvement, and their resources, and the entire community feels it. I remember when children in our neighborhood all went to the same school. Trick-or-treating meant seeing classmates on every block. We'd all run into each other at Big Cheese or Wall's Ice Cream. Students, siblings, even alumni, parents, all connected through Ludlam Elementary, and it felt like home. Imagine what could happen if every family chose to stay. Imagine dropping off your kids at the school right down the street. Imagine the strength of a fully united community school. Imagine the programs we could expand, the traditions we could build, and the legacy we could recreate together. Strong communities are built by people who choose to invest where they live. When you support your neighborhood school, you're not just supporting your own child, you're creating a connected environment for all children. So we invite you to look closely at what our beautiful neighborhood school has to offer your children. Let's choose community, let's choose connection, and let's choose to build something extraordinary right here. We invite you to come home to Ludlam Elementary. And next Wednesday, February 25th at 9 a.m., we are having a school tour where we are inviting everyone in the community to come see what our school truly has to offer.
Jenna, before you go, can I ask you, thank you for the comments, yes, amen to that. So we don't clap here if you want to wave your support, we appreciate it. Are you involved formally with the PTA, or what prompted your?
I am in the PTA, but I am the librarian and the
Fantastic.
theater teacher, and I
Okay.
run our social media, and I wear many hats.
Good. Well, thank you for your service there. Just to share, we've been working now for the better part of a year, both on raising dollars and also trying to strike an agreement with the school district to actually invest in improving the recreational plant of the school as a way to create exactly the vision that you're talking about. So if we can connect offline, I'd love to kind of share that with you and maybe get connected with some more members of the PTA to give them a heads up on what we're trying to accomplish there as well.
That would be amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Next on the list, Jason Lopez. Mr. Lopez, good evening.
Greetings, Jason Lopez, 7730 Southwest 65th Place. I can check something off my list because I came here tonight to ask about Manor Lane Park. So I think that's really cool. Congratulations to you guys.
Thank you for your
Congratulations-
advocacy.
Congratulations to us. Congratulations to everyone that's been a part of it. I think it's awesome. Along those lines, the dog park could go to Fuchs. I'm just saying, there's a big parking lot there. There's an open space. But finally, I wanted to talk about, I know you've got a presentation from Avalon coming up. And they hired Jeff Szymanski to do a tree survey for them. And they did a landscape plan, and all that stuff is obviously accessible. Jeff Szymanski knows what he's talking about. They hired the right guy. And in that plan, you'll notice that Jeff mentions that there's signs of branch dieback due to very restricted planter conditions, and he mentions critical root zones on the plants that are being surveyed for prior to demolition. I'm not suggesting that we do anything to try and save those plants. Those plants are obviously goners. But it does provide something to think about moving forward, investing in city trees. It's all right here. You don't have to look elsewhere to get your answers. What happened in this acre and a half has happened throughout the city. And as we drive through South Miami now, the concrete gets higher and higher. So these trees become more and more important. And it's negligent to assume that anyone's going to do the right thing by the trees. It's going to have to be something that comes from the city, that is top down, that we follow the rules, we do the right things for the trees. I can tell you that we feel the development. Like, I go down Sunset every day, and now the buildings on the left, and they're coming, they're getting taller and taller. And so I think you can use this report as an example, as guidance, as something to avoid when all these new buildings go up by all these very large projects. So it's a minor investment in the long run for those properties and those projects, but the entire community of South Miami and beyond will feel the success if they take the time to do it. So, thank you.
Jason, thank you. And Jason, just invite you to send us your thoughts on discussion item 6. It's not an ordinance before us tonight, but it's a new host of sustainability regulations that we're working on, not the least of which is trying to induce people to add more canopy to their own properties.
Sure.
Since we have very limited right-of-way, and that's obviously part of that solution.
I'd be very happy to be a part
Thank
of
you,
that
yes.
guidance, yeah.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Hi, Jason. I think also you can be a huge advocate for us. We have a tree program that I was actually talking to the Director of Public Works, that we will give you the tree, we'll plant the tree on your easement,
Sure.
and nobody ever asks for it. I've pushed it on people, and they get to the point of the email and then never hear from them again.
Sure.
So, I mean, we have a good-sized budget. We have a bunch of trees. Our Public Works will plant them. Maybe you could be our
Sure.
citizen liaison to try to get more trees planted on our easements.
I'll take that job. We'll talk about it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Remember, there's also the landscaping study, so we are in the process of trying to add more trees to our city. The landscape study will hopefully be done soon, and then we can kind of start rolling that out.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be here. And I want to be, quite happy about something that I've read. I was on the planning board for 6 years, and one of the last things was approved was the first Avalon building. And I was really disappointed in that because we didn't get anything, well, in my mind, we didn't get anything from them to go up in the bonus floors. We gave them, we just said, put in a bicycle locker. We didn't even say what required, no requirements, and we gave them a floor for that. And, you know, have a place for the public to go. Those are all standard things, and we didn't get any money. But I see in this new one that we are getting some money, although they're not putting in, neither one of them have put in public affordable housing, and they chose to pay instead. But what I'm wondering about is how do we put the value of residence on concrete that's 16 stories in the sky, very valuable. It's like creating a huge new blocks in our city, but they're straight up. And how did you arrive at the figure that we're charging for each bonus floor? Was it a negotiation, or did they just tell us?
I'll take that really quickly, just give you the information. Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if Mark is here as well. It was done as part of our study, correct? It was informed by, we did an economic analysis, correct, to arrive at the bonus square footage. We did reduce it for the first 2 years, Mr. Jacobs, and then I believe at the end of this year, it escalates by like 40% and goes to $50 a foot. So that will become a substantial source of revenue to hopefully finance some affordable housing or other improvements as well.
And is it per floor? How much is it per floor? I saw $1.25 million, but I didn't know.
Yeah,
if it was
it's
the
done
whole thing
it's
or
done on a
each.
per square footage basis, depending on the floor plate of the bonus floor. And so if you look at there's a schedule, maybe Mr. Mark, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your last name now. Alvarez, thank you, I'm having a senior moment again. Mr. Alvarez can kind of walk you through how that calculation was done. You'll also recall that we spent a lot of time having a conversation about trying to keep the scale of Sunset Drive exactly the way it is. So this is the first project that's buying historic TDRs from one of the adjacent historic scale properties in that corridor. So they're also using that as a way to bonus up for the additional floors, okay?
And is it going to continue that way, that we'll get some money for the development?
Hopefully we'll induce people to actually do improvements themselves on their property, whether open space or whatnot. But yes, as a baseline, there will be a pay in lieu option. Okay.
Yeah. Well, of course, I'd like to see value for the investment that we put into the city, for them to expand, and I appreciate the little progress that you've made. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Okay, next on the list, Marcos Puente, you're recognized. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Council. Marcos Puente, 5900 Sunset Drive. I'm here as I represent the owners of the Avalon 2, we're selling the land to Avalon 2 project, Robbins Plaza LLC. so I'm speaking on behalf of them. For the record, since it's not included as part of that project, I just want to note for the public, and I sent also renderings of it to, I believe it was Roberto, and obviously, I mean, we own the land, so I'm clearly support the project. But anyways, Deli Lane has been a part of this community for, it's going to be 38 years this year, and as part of the deal with the developer, we are keeping the historic building, and we have an active building permit ongoing for the full renovation of that historic building on the corner fronting Sunset Drive to relocate Deli Lane over to this building, and we hope to have them open, hopefully for another 40 years, coming this September. So I just want to note that they've been a huge part of the community, and we've been working together with Jan and Mike, the owners of Deli Lane, tirelessly over the last 12 months, designing the interior of this, getting everything right to create the new and improved Deli Lane, and again, would love to see as part of the upcoming presentation some of those renderings, because I think it's important to inform the public as to what's coming. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Edward Smith, you're recognized.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. John Edward Smith, resident and business owner in South Miami. Basically, just here to talk a little bit about the Marching Cobras at South Miami Senior High School and Jennifer Jimenez. She and I go back several years with Sumi Art Walk, which was the second Friday of the month for 10 years that Sumi Magazine and I produced that. We involved Francisco Williams from the South Miami Middle School Jazz Band for a number of years, and I continue to support their program annually as well, personally. But the Marching Cobras, when I grew up in New York, I was a sergeant major in a drum corps, and I know the importance of discipline, of participation in organizations such as that. And the Marching Cobras have been part of, for example, the Parade of the Elves for a number of years, and then one year I noticed that they didn't come out with their uniforms, they came out with T-shirts and tassel hats and not their shakos and the plumes. I said, what's going on? And then I found out, well, the cost of dry cleaning the uniforms is about like $500. So it was a couple of years ago that I made a contribution and continue to make a contribution of $500 to the city so that the Marching Cobras can come with their uniforms. And this year there was another wrinkle, given the budgets of the school board and whatever. Now they didn't have money for buses. So I really appreciate the support of Nicole Boschik, our special events coordinator, who really took this on, not only working with Mario's dry cleaners to get the best price on the uniforms cleaning, but also to arrange transportation. And my hope is that we go forward as a community and look to get more bands participating in the Parade of the Elves. I mean, what's a parade without bands? And, you know, if we can each contribute something to that is like something that's very special. And thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, next on the list, we've got Lee Swerdlin. Good evening, sir. And Lee, just so you know, you're welcome to speak now, or we will have a public hearing on the project if you want to hear their...
showed up, so, but I need to go.
Oh, no problem. You're
so-
welcome to speak. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Apologies.
So my name is Lee Swerdlin. I'm here to talk about the Avalon, but before I talk, this new one, before I talk about that, I want to say a couple things. First, I spent a 40-year career in asset administration, managing multi-billion-dollar portfolios of real estate, so I know real estate. Secondly, I was involved intimately in many of the important traffic changes here, like I'm the guy who suggested rerouting the traffic alongside the Metro Rail and the old left turn off Sunset. I also did the other, where we're going the other way to give another way to get across the highway. I was responsible for the light at I'm sorry, 74th, where the food spot is, so that people can finally make a left turn off those streets there. I spent a lot of time and energy on making South Miami a better place. I had a chance to live in France for a while, and when I came back, I could have lived anywhere, but I came back to South Miami because it reminded me of the nice little French village that I lived in over there. And now we're building things like these Avalons. The character of South Miami was a small, quaint, hometown little place. And you built this first one, which I didn't even realize it until I saw the skeleton go up, what was going on. But now you want to make the front door of South Miami on US 1 another building that violates that small town, hometown feeling. I object to this, and I hope you'll stop doing this in this bonus thing where they pay for extra floors. No, this is not what South Miami is. It's not what many of us who've lived here most of our lives want. And I hope you will stop doing this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next on the list, we've got 3 individuals who want to speak on the waste ordinance. I don't know if you want to speak now or we'll call it up. It'll be 2 items from now. You can speak contemporaneous with the item being heard. I've got Ramon Ruiz, Rick Katz, and Juan Carlos Alexander. You're welcome to speak now, or if you wait 2 minutes, I'll let you speak when the item is called. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening.
Thank you.
My name is Ramon Ruiz. I'm a resident of the city and the Banyans of South Miami, currently residing at 6621 Southwest 71st Lane. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Banyans of South Miami. I would like to take this opportunity to express my concerns regarding the proposed ordinance regarding the changes in threshold for city-provided waste collection services, which directly affects our community. Please note that our community has enjoyed continuous waste collecting services from receipt of CO to the current day. Our position is that we have an established vested right to the continuation of these services to our community. Compliance with the proposed ordinance poses a significant hardship to our community. It will require significant reconfiguration of our site plan, demolition and construction of new waste container enclosures for the commercial grade bins, as well as the potential loss of 4 parking spaces, which are incredibly valuable in our community right now. The estimated costs to come into compliance, including hard costs, architecture, and permitting, are expected to be in the range of $200,000. You will be requiring our 43 unit owners to dip into their pockets for $5,000 to $6,000 in an assessment for infrastructure, as well as increase their association fees for monthly pickup, all of which would be on top of continuing to tax us for city waste collection services, which the city would no longer provide. We have many older residents who would now be required to handle large commercial-type bin enclosures and lift heavy garbage bags over their heads in order to place them into the units, posing another significant hardship. We have approximately 70 voters within our community. This proposed ordinance has gained our attention and not in a positive way. We respectfully ask that you reconsider your approval of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Mr. Katz, you're recognized. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question real quick.
Yes, sir.
Can you please ask the resident to provide the documentation over to the clerk so we can distribute it across us, please, so we can see that?
I'm sorry, what documentation are you referring to, Commissioner? I think it was just reading remarks.
You get some documentation there on, specifically on the Banyans, on the cost of infrastructure changes to this new legislation.
I believe he mentioned they've got costs for modifications to the design and modifications for enclosures to house, I guess, a commercial. If you want to come to the microphone, sir, we'll recognize you. Please, come on up. It's just got to be in the record. I apologize.
I'm sorry, we have met with our project architects, and it would require demolishing of our present structures, widening them to accommodate 2 side-by-side bins to handle regular waste and recycle, plus new approaches to the enclosures to allow garbage trucks to back in and be able to pick up each individual bin. The width of that would require us to eliminate 2 parking spaces on each of our present enclosures, whichever side we decide to go on.
My question was, can you provide the documentation from the architect to our clerk so we can see it?
I can provide that. I would have to request it, but we can provide that.
Thank you so much.
And again, I'd just like to invite you, if you've not met with Mr. Munoz on the Public Works team, so we can kind of have a follow-up conversation, whatever the outcome is on the vote tonight, and continue this discussion. The reason the ordinance was drafted with a one-year implementation on-ramp was to kind of work through these real-life issues, because we knew we wouldn't be able to anticipate all the potential negative externalities associated with this change. So, again, would invite you to, I don't know, Mr. Manager, we can have Alex contact Mr. Ruiz, and we can follow up with them and understand those modifications in more detail.
Yeah, certainly, Mayor. I mean, we did have a initial virtual meeting where we presented some of these findings early on. It's been a few months since we had that meeting, but certainly would happy to meet as a follow-up.
Yeah, and again, I would just, as part of beyond this, the physical changes, which are obviously not insignificant, if you're already having conversations with private haulers about the cost of the service, let's get that information real time. Let's have a follow-up conversation, and we can then react and try to mitigate the impact as much as possible.
We have responded to a letter from City Attorney Tony Resio requesting some additional information and the legal justification for that change. We have yet to receive a response. Understand there hasn't been enough time, but we would need to see that before we meet again with the city so we can consider our options.
Okay, I don't know that a conversation about what your costs and the impacts, how it would affect your options, we understand you're not waiving any rights. We just want to, again, the goal of the ordinance as it's drafted is to give us a chance to kind of figure a glide path through. So
Understood.
thank you for coming this evening. Appreciate your comments. Again, Mr. Katz, you're recognized, sir.
I'm Rick Katz. I've been a resident of South Miami 48 years last month. I'm the longest duration resident at the Banyans, and I was the first president when the developer turned it over to the owners. I know the history of the Banyans, and I know the history of South Miami. I know that since 1977, basically the Banyans has been disrespected politically and practically by the city of South Miami. And this is taking it a step further. I think that there are legal, political, and practical reasons why this is a very bad move by the city of South Miami. Legally, it's not going to stand because we've got a vested and established right to the services that we've been paying for since 1977. And this initial ordinance, which set a limit of, I guess, 3 units for multifamily homes. I wasn't even aware of that until last month. I guess it went in effect in the 90s. It has never been enforced against us. The Banyans has complied with all requirements ever since it was built. When the city transitioned the way it was picking up garbage, we transitioned along with the city. I mentioned the practical part of it. We are paying the same rate for garbage collection that single-family homeowners in South Miami are paying. But we cost the city of South Miami a whole lot less. On a normal week, for 43 units, we're putting out approximately 8 bins for collection, as opposed to 43 single-family homes that are putting out 43 bins for collection. But we're paying the same per unit owner as a single-family home would in South Miami. And it's my understanding that you've somehow got this notion that you're going to pass this, force us to go out and get private garbage collection, but still pay the city of South Miami for services that we're not going to get anymore. That isn't going to fly legally. And it's not going to fly politically. In 48 years, I have never seen anything solidify the voters who live in the Banyans against what the city is doing like this proposal is doing. And you are igniting a firestorm. May seem, 60, 70 voters, may seem like it's not a lot. I think you understand what the turnout is in South Miami for most of the municipal elections. We will turn out for this. We will turn out. And we will also legally enforce every right we've got. And I think that if the city attorney is advising you that you've got the right to take this away from us, the city attorney is giving you bad advice and runs contrary to well-established law in Florida for vested and established rights, which we've got going back to 1977.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Juan Carlos Alexander, you're recognized. Good evening.
Juan Carlos Alexander, resident 6651 Southwest 70th Lane in the Banyans. I'm current vice president of the Homeowners Association. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Katz was saying, what Ramon was saying. It really doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of the whole ordinance. I understand that garbage is a huge issue in our community about disposing it in different areas and maybe deciding on a certain set amount of a multifamily homes is a way to cut the costs. But in terms of our community, as Mr. Katz was saying, we only have 16 bins. We only use on average 8 per week. We aren't a huge, burden on the city in terms of waste pickup. We use the same principles as a single family home. We put it on the side, you go down 62nd, it gets picked up the same way as the residents of single family homes are right across the street. There's 15 of them, they have 15 out. We're 43, we have 8 out. It makes no sense to make all these additional costs come out towards and affect our community in that way. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. We'll take it up during the item, okay? Is there any member of the public who'd like to address this commission in public remarks? Anyone in the chamber? There's no one else registered.
And Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. I have Larissa.
Okay, so Ms. Pozo, you're recognized. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize for not being able to be in person, but I am the treasurer of Miller 67. We are the other community that is being affected by this ordinance. And I would like to really recognize the members of the Banyans for a great presentation. I wish I had one just as good. But we are 47 units. And we also use only 16 bins for garbage in our community, and therefore also would not be a great burden on the city as much as, if we used as many bins as we are units. So it's definitely a consideration to bring up to everyone that, the fact that we have been paying for waste collection services in our taxes and then now have to pay a private hauler, and then we also are at risk of having to pay even greater taxes as a line item moving forward. It just seems it's going to be a burden to all of our homeowners who are also, some of us are income fixed, some of us are new families, a lot of us are, unable to really afford a greater cost than what it is right now. So keeping that into consideration, if we're paying the same as a resident owner that you guys collect trash for, it just seems fair that we would also fall under that umbrella for the same reason that Mr. Katz said it better than anything I could say. So I would really just like to second what he said, but as it applies to our community as well. We are small, and we are on the corner of Miller and 67th, and we have homes all around us that have the advantages of the garbage collection services from the city of South Miami. We would just like the opportunity to pay the city directly instead of having to pay a third party for the same services. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this commission in public remarks at this time? Again, in the chamber, you're welcome to come forward. Seeing no one in the chamber, Madam Clerk, is there anyone else online?
No one else on.
Okay, so we will close public remarks. Let's move on to the agenda very quickly, a couple of items. Madam Clerk, if you can read N1 followed by N2.
Yes, N1, Lino Fayen has been appointed by Mayor Fernandez to the Planning Board for a 2-year term ending February 17, 2028. And 2, Planning Board, Augustine J. Barrera has been recommended by Mayor Fernandez to be appointed to serve at large on the Planning Board for a 2-year term ending February 17, 2028. And we need a vote.
Is there a motion on N2? Is there a
I'll
second?
move it.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Bonich and a second by Vice Mayor Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on N2, please.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Boardman passed 5-0.
Colleagues, any questions regarding CA1? Consent agenda item 1. Okay, can I get a motion to adopt CA1?
Let me read it.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the waiver of rental fees in amount of $1,125 for the use of an athletic field at Palmer Park and indoor basketball gymnasium by South Miami Middle School.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the item?
I'll move the motion.
A motion by
I'll
Commissioner Rodriguez
second.
and a second by Commissioner Bonich. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on CA1.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5.
Thank you. If you can read item 6, which is the garbage ordinance, please.
Item 6, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending Chapter 11, Garbage and Trash of the Code of Ordinances, including modifying service parameters for municipal garbage collection services and private franchise hauler garbage services for multifamily residential properties, providing for a 1-year transition period for a multifamily residential properties affected by the modification to alter their garbage collection services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, colleagues, I believe Commissioner Rodriguez had a question potentially for...
I did.
Okay, so I'll recognize you shortly. Mr. Manager, is there anything you want to have put in the record by way of a summary of the item for our benefit? I'm particularly, again, if you could remind us of the options that we had very quickly. I think we looked at 3, the attendant cost of those options, and where the option that we selected puts us versus the option that would incorporate the 2 affected properties that have come forward this evening. Yes, sir. Is there anything else you want to address?
And if you could just start with what brought this about, too, for context for the audience.
Thank you for that.
I'll handle the, what got this started, and I'll let the Director Munoz, who's got most of the data
Okay.
to support the information you requested, come up to the podium. Some time ago, as we were analyzing our solid waste operations and taking a look at some of the households and who we were serving, it came to light that there were properties being served that exceeded the number of units that the code provided for. Anything more than 3 units was beyond what the city was supposed to be servicing. And so that look into our operations and who our client were and developing that list is what identified this. We had to do a little bit of a deep dive at that point, on who exactly was being served. Typically, these type of services in any municipality are intended primarily from a standpoint of a residential standpoint, not necessarily things that may be deemed more commercial in nature, given the size of the property. And typically, larger properties are deemed to be considered commercial in nature. So, that's not unique to South Miami. That's a pretty standard approach that municipalities and that provide services in the county. So that's how it got started, and then we started doing the analysis of who exactly we were serving, what properties, how many units, and therefore that's where we identified that there were some properties that were being serviced that exceeded what the code required and had been in place for quite some time.
Mr. Manager, is it sorry to interrupt. Is it true also that some properties were being serviced for waste but not bulk trash pickup, as we did that analysis?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a mixed bag, and just for purpose of clarity, obviously garbage is what we generate from our food products at home, and then trash is what is generated from the vegetative, cutting limbs and trees and so forth. So trash service, which is, the pile, and garbage is what we collect. Recycling is done through a county contract and a private provider. Garbage and trash is handled internally by the city. So there was a little bit of a distinction as well, too, on services to certain locations. Also from the standpoint that, a homeowner needs to have, their trash in front of their home. From the standpoint of properties that had multiple units, There was an issue with a trash pit that was maybe outside in the public right-of-way. And, the issue with that is, we have in our fee schedule in our code, there's certain things we're supposed to charge for that exceed a certain size. We can't tell, don't know who drops that in that particular pile when it's a multi-unit property. And so, that's one issue with that. The other issue certainly is a attractive nuisance from people illegally dumping in these pits that are, larger pits that are outside multiple units. So yes, Mayor, we had a combination of issues related to garbage and trash. As a result of that, we did.
Mr. Manager, beyond the issues, I just want to highlight that we had a menu of services and really no rhyme or reason why some properties were getting the full complement of services, some were getting half, and some were getting no services. Correct?
Correct, and it was difficult to reconcile because we had to, lean on some historical potentially. Even in this case, when we met with the two properties that are represented here today, virtually or in person, there was nothing that we could find that said, here's the reason why you're servicing our community, notwithstanding that it didn't, follow the code. So, that discrepancy in some cases we couldn't fill the gap, but certainly didn't follow what the code was requiring of the city. So we've been at this for quite some time, and we understand that there's a difficult situation as it relates to changing something that has been done a certain way. And in that, we did an analysis, operational analysis on what it takes to service properties and including increased number of units from the standpoint of crews and or vehicles. And so I'll let our director kind of chime in on some of what you asked, which is, the differences in operational costs, the increased costs of adding crews or equipment to service, higher properties. But certainly the conversation that this commission has had was to try and stay within what's supposed to be a residential service, not a commercial type nature of service, which is usually seen in larger multi-unit properties.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just, Mr. Munoz, good evening, thank you. Just to baseline, can you quickly just summarize how many properties we were serving above what was the prior ordinance cap, which I think was 3 units?
Yes, and you also asked a different question earlier about the...
Options, yeah.
The options.
We'll get into those.
Okay. So servicing above the garbage was, above the 3 was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 properties that were being serviced, receiving garbage above what the code that was just referenced by the manager of up to 3. So above that were 9 properties.
And if we stuck to that standard, how many, I mean, if we went to the 50-unit standard, which I think was the last option we considered.
Yes.
That would capture the Banyans and Miller 67. How many properties would we be bringing into the program?
I can tell you it would be in units, about 450 additional units that would be serviced and about...
Properties.
17 properties, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 properties.
Okay.
And for a total of 450 plus units.
Okay, so that's the spread. Okay, so if you can now walk us through the options, I'm just doing this for the benefit of folks who did not participate in these prior conversations and maybe listening for the first time. So if you can walk us through the options that we discussed, I think it was probably 3 months ago before the ordinance was brought, and we gave staff direction to bring back the version that's before us today, we'd appreciate it.
May I ask
Correct.
one question that would also...
You may, yes. Yes.
If we were to move to this ordinance, which would be up to 20, right? So we were servicing, at 3, we were servicing, how many was it again? I'm sorry, 9?
At 3, there was 9 properties receiving garbage service that were above the 3
Okay.
property
If
limit.
we move to the 20, how many of those 9 will now be?
So he's going to walk us through those scenarios.
Of the 9, the 7 are being picked up. Of the 9, going up to 20, 7 are being picked up. The 2 that spoke today are the ones that are not.
That would be left out?
Yes, correct. Right. And then, as to the mayor's point, there's another bunch of properties that come online as a result of going up to the higher 50 amount. Right. So the scenarios that we did discuss as far back as probably the summer, and then we were again in front of you a few months ago, as you said, Mr. Mayor, were 3 scenarios. And I'll share how we got to the decision points on those scenarios as far as, the conversations that we had here. So we had a scenario that went up to 9 properties, one that went up to 20 properties, and one that went up to 50 properties. And we just kind of did that based on the amount of properties at different amounts.
I'm sorry, just the units. I just want to clarify, units, not properties.
Thank you for saying units.
Yeah.
Properties with those units, yes. We did the fiscal analysis based on those. In the 2 scenarios of up to properties with up to 9 units, properties with up to 20 units, we were able to do the services, provide the service, absorb the services basically without significant fiscal impact. We have some fiscal impact, but not significant fiscal impact.
And again, at 20 of the 9 that are being serviced, 7 are preserved within the program, correct?
Yes, 7 are going to be serviced that will continue to be serviced, yes. So in those other 2, in the 2 scenarios, not the up to 50 scenario, in the 2 scenarios that were up to 9 or up to 20, there was no added staff. There was some additional, cans. There was, we did the calculations to include the increase and loss of franchise fees in all scenarios. Those came in roughly, nothing too significant, but it was about, $29,000 for the up to 20 scenario, I'm going to round $10,000 in the, $12,000, sorry, in the up to 9 scenario. So nothing too significant. As soon as you went up to 50, it picked up a lot of other properties. That's where I talk about the 450. So there you have to end up adding a crew and staffing and a garbage truck. So that was pretty significant. In that scenario, it went up to $210,000 for the operation, plus a one-time capital purchase of a truck, which is $400,000 to $450,000. So those were the different scenarios that we looked at. And really the decision point was based on what could be absorbed with existing staff and the hours that they're out there in the field. And we felt pretty comfortable that in the up to 20 scenario, we could absorb those services.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions about that background? Did you want to ask a question?
I
Members of the audience. So, Mr. Munoz, thank you. If you can hold tight, we'll make it back to you.
I'll wait.
My question is to the 2 board members of the
So,
Banyan.
Mr. Reese and Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any documentation, anything that you have from 1977 or from whenever it was, any that shows an agreement with the city that stipulates why the pickup even started and anything?
We have a certificate of occupancy to the current code. We have the same documentation that every single-family home has dating from that period.
But no agreement with the city for the pickups?
I don't believe the city has any standing agreement with any single-family home or unit or project in the city to provide those services. You tax us on a regular basis, and as part of those taxes, you provide the services. I have no issues with you doing this for any project going forward from this date. I mean, that makes sense, but to retroactively apply to somebody who's been receiving continuous services since 1977 doesn't make any sense at all.
Trust me, we've been at this now for months. I understand. I understand what this will all implicate and how you must feel. The differences with residents, obviously there's no agreements with each individual resident, but since you're more of a complex and an association, that's why I was asking the question. If at some point you had made an agreement with the city to pick up, being that our ordinance was only 3.
I would ask you a question. Does the city have any existing agreements with any other project that shows that they are committed to providing waste service? And you're asking us to provide something that we have never been required to provide, that the city does not provide to anybody else. That document doesn't exist, other than the certificate of occupancy proving that we met all the code requirements as of the date of that certificate of occupancy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stern, you want to add something for the record?
Yeah, just as a point of clarification. So, no, the city does not have individual agreements with individual property owners. What they have is a law that says the policy that law implements, which is the city's going to pick up for a certain class of residential properties and not. And the city, what the city is proposing to do right now on second reading is to adopt changes to that policy.
Correct.
So there is no agreement, but there doesn't have to be an agreement. It's abided
Correct.
by the law.
And Mr. Attorney, I know that there's been again, and First of all, I want to apologize because we did not want to find ourselves in this position, nor do we want to adversely affect any of you. That's not our intention. We are trying to rectify what is a series of practices that the best that we can ascertain had no rhyme or reason while we were servicing one property versus another. And what we've tried to do here is put ourselves in a posture where we're being as consistent as possible across the same category of residential units. So that's how we arrived at this decision. Hopefully the explanation that you got today, you saw that of the 9 properties that were in the system, we are preserving 7 under the policy that we are hoping or looking to adopt. So that's how we arrived here. I know it doesn't in any way address your issue precisely, but hopefully you have a flavor that this was not arrived at in a willy-nilly fashion. But again, we've had some comments made about a vested right. And again, this is a service, and any service we offer is constrained by what we deem we can afford, and that's a legislative decision, a fiscal decision that's always reserved with this board, correct?
Yeah, there's no vested right to a city service.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. I mean, again, it's unfortunate that we may be reducing, in the case of these 2 properties, the service we're offering, but I want to be clear that there's no vested right, there's no legal right to the service because, again, it's subject to the budgetary limitations of the city and our policy determination with regard to how we allocate those resources.
Correct.
Okay. So with that, by way of comment, I don't know, Madam City Attorney, did you want to add something to the record as well?
I just wanted to say, there's no vested right to a city service like garbage collection for free without paying a user fee.
Well, again,
That's the-
I don't want to say it's free because, again,
Well,
we
it's
are
covered by
all,
the ordinance.
we do not have a true enterprise fund. I think the other part of this conversation, if we went to that model, it would probably be more expensive for all of us collectively and individually if we changed the model today versus what we are actually working under. So, again, I think what I would like to say is, one, I'll shut up now. Let me recognize my colleague, Commissioner Gaye. Commissioner Gaye, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question for our city attorneys. I've seen maybe some clauses or grandfather clauses. Is that something that's possible here with the grandfather clause, or anything that we can provide in our legislation that we can incorporate or grandfather this scenario?
So the law has to have a rational basis. What's been espoused up to now is at least described by the manager and by the public works director, constitutes the fiscal analysis, the service analysis needed to support where the line was drawn. Your specific question, can a grandfather clause be implemented? There has to be a rational basis for that grandfather clause. So it would be subject to that analysis. I don't have that answer at this moment.
So, Commissioner Gaye, let me call Mr. Munoz back up for a second. Yes. Other than these 2 properties, are there any others that are being left out of the system that are not participating currently? And they're at 47 and how many units? 47 and 49?
43 and 48, so
43 and
Banyan's
48.
at 43 and Miller and 67 at 48. So there's other properties that don't receive service that are similar to that. So there's another property that is 48 and it does not receive service.
Okay.
There's another one at 42, there's one at 33, those are the 12,
How
I
many-
said 15, it's 12 that.
12 additional ones that we would have to, if we wanted to be
Yes.
consistent, we would have to bring them in as well.
Right, if you wanted to be consistent with something that's above 20 and less than 50, it would be an additional 12 properties. That's the 450 plus units.
Okay. Colleagues, further questions? Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
If what Commissioner Kaye mentioned comes to pass, what's to stop then somebody else from one of those other 12 units?
So let me bring up your question, if I may,
Yes.
respectfully. And that is, I think what Commissioner Kaye was maybe trying to ask is, if we adopt this today, Commissioner Kaye, would you want to give the city attorney direction to see if there is a legal basis for us to distinguish our treatment of these 2 properties versus the other 12 that would be similarly situated, but may have not received past service?
Yeah,
So,
that was my intent. I mean, we've always had that discussion from the get-go. These were the only 2 properties that were going to be affected by that.
Okay.
We asked that question and we made the hard line decision that unfortunately, if we couldn't do this legally, that those would be the two properties that unfortunately would have to be on the cutoff. If we do have the opportunity to have some type of implementation or grandfather, for lack of a better word, that we can implement in code, these would be the only two properties that would submit to this particular clause.
So colleagues, if there's no objection, what I would suggest is, you want to recognize it? Please, go ahead.
And if that were to happen, then we would need to note how many cans they currently have and ensure that if that does happen, they cannot go above the 20, because then I think it throws the whole thing off again. Because the whole premise of this, if I'm understanding it correctly, aside from the whole, we're 40-something, we have 12 cans, we have 8 cans, whatever it is that they have significantly less than what anybody else would have. So if that's part of the argument, then I think that should be, if some other agreement is reached, that there is a limit then on that as well, so that it falls within whatever number it is that you guys agreed to.
Okay. Do you have a comment you want to add to?
Mr. Director, so, and I'm just following up on that.
By the way, let's keep it to questions for now, because we do have a public hearing on this item. So we can open up the floor again, and then we'll close with some comments for.
So there's a question to, of the other units that you said, aside from these two, are they, so these two units operate off 16 cans each. The other units, how do they, their trash pickup is based off cans as well and do each unit have a can? How many cans do they have?
It's a combination of the dumpsters and cans.
Dumpsters and
Yeah, I don't
cans?
have that information at hand.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, just to be clear, with respect to the other 12, or the 2 that you're referring to?
no, the other 12, well,
The
they
other
have
12.
16 cans, so they represent more, like they said, like 16 household, or 16 residential residences. And the other units represent both trash can, dumpsters and trash bins, is what you said, right?
Yeah, like I said, I don't have the information here, but
Okay.
it's hard to answer that one.
Okay, so any further questions, Mr. Manager?
I just shed a little bit, clarify a little bit on the issue of the cans. I mean, there's no current formula for a property that might be in the 40-plus units and why those cans. I mean, that's pretty random. It just happens to work, and that's what it is. So we don't really provide service from that standpoint normally. It's based on a unit. Because the other properties that are not included, what would be if they were included, what is the number of cans? Each property owner may want their own can.
So I appreciate the comment.
Yeah.
I actually want to address it. Further questions? Let's stop there. If not, let's open up the public hearing. If there's any member of the public who'd like to address this commission on item 6, you're invited to come forward at this time. Mr. Katz, you want to come back and add something for the record, please?
Yes, please. I didn't bring this up earlier because I really hadn't, I haven't been part of this whole analysis of what would happen to the Banyans and having to rebuild the bin areas to accommodate different trash pickup. I don't know what the parking requirements have been since 1977. When I bought before the Banyans was constructed, I became very friendly with the developer and the architect who designed the Banyans. I'm real familiar with what they went through to get approval. And I know that when the Banyans was built, and it started in 77, my wife and I took occupancy in January of 78. They designed the Banyans so that they just barely met the minimum parking requirements that they could have for these 43 units. And that included the number of visitor spaces, the number of owner spaces. They eked out the bare minimum number of spaces. And I'm hearing, and again, I haven't been part of this analysis.
Mr. Katz, if I can ask you a question related to your comments. Are you concerned that if you're required to make the modification, that we're going to render the property non-conforming as to parking?
That's exactly where I'm headed.
Okay.
But I don't know if the parking requirements have changed since 77, but if we had to remove one parking space, we would not meet the standards that were set back when it was
So again, I just want to say this to you and to the other members of, I understand you're frustrated with us about this, but I do want you also to appreciate that the reason we have a effective date of a year from now is that we could hear this feedback and think through some of these issues that we could not anticipate as we were trying to formulate a policy that was rational and consistent with our practice. So we can have more conversation about this issue and the service issue. Anything else you want us to think about with respect to this possible change?
You're saying that after the cows are out of the barn, you'll think about finding a way to put them back.
Sir, the cows have been out of the barn for 30 years. We're just trying to figure out a way to draw up a new pen.
And there's a commission and a city administration that never reached out to the Banyans, and I don't know about the Miller 57 property, never reached out to us to figure out what the problems were going to be by making this law. And the other thing, in case you don't realize it, the limitation of 3, which apparently has been exceeded, happened some 20 years after we were built. We wouldn't have gotten that CO in 77 if there wasn't a provision for trash pickup.
Thank you for your comments again. Appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else who'd like to address this commission in public remarks? I see Ms. Pozo's hand raised online. We'll recognize Ms. Pozo.
Thank you so much. I would just like to state for the record that Miller 67 likewise has had a certificate of occupancy issued in 1975, so just 2 years prior to the Banyans. So I feel like we are in the same situation as them, and we share their frustrations. So we're, I would just like to reiterate that we would like to continue paying the city for the, the services that we are receiving for the garbage collection, and not pay a third party, a private hauler instead. That would just, as the other commissioner, I apologize, I didn't recall your name, mentioned that we do have less cans than we are units. So we are fine with keeping that number as it is. It's worked for us, and we think that that would be fair if you guys could make it work for us and you can make it work for the Banyans. We, I think, make a very good argument for the grandfathered clause, if at all, if it's at all possible. I think that that would be the way to bring it home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pozo, for your comments. Okay. Any further comments in public remark? Again, one last time, anyone in the chamber who'd like to address the commission, please come forward now. Seeing no one in the chamber and no one else with their hand raised online, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Manager, you want to add something?
Just for clarification, I know the gentleman mentioned that we had not reached out to the Banyans or Miller 67. We did meet with them probably all the way back in September. Not argumentative. I'm just trying to share that there was a virtual meeting. I remember, that you attended virtually. So just want to correct that there was a meeting back probably in September, and then some communication that followed that.
Thank you, sir.
If I could speak to that. At that Zoom meeting, the ordinance was presented to us as a done deal. There was no notice to us that there was a second vote required, and we were asked to give our opinion about what it would take to comply with the ordinance. We requested some additional information at that meeting, including a legal opinion from the attorneys and the basis of the ordinance, which we did not receive until a second request that took about 6 weeks to get when the city staff wanted to set up a second meeting. We then proceeded to analyze what we had and consult with our attorneys. Did not receive any further communication until we received a letter from Mr. Resio saying that there was going to be a vote today.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay. Colleagues, thoughts anyone would like to share? Madam Commissioner, we'll start with you if you want to add anything.
No, I stand with the comments that I said before.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I think I just wanted to echo the sentiment of the mayor. Obviously, this is something that was brought to our attention, an ordinance that previously existed. We had to bring everything to basically right-size everything from all of this piecemeal services that were required. It's not something anybody up here individually sought. It's just one of those challenging decisions that we had to make, and you saw the rationale behind the decisions that were made on the first vote. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Commissioner Rodriguez? Sir, we've closed the public hearing at this point, but thank you for your comments. I think we're good. Thank you.
I think from the beginning, I always stated that this is a rough situation to be in if you put yourselves in the residents' position, being that since 1977, they've been getting it. We don't know how. That's why I asked if there's any documentation or anything, is to see if you had that, then there you go. There's your golden ticket. I don't know, do we keep it open mind to possibly grandfathering these two properties?
So let me lay out a couple options, and Commissioner Kai, I want to hear from you as well. So I think we should move to adopt the policy. It gets us closer to what we have been doing in violation of our ordinance, right? So we conforms our practice to what the rules should be, number one. I would, however, again, we have a year before they are directly impacted by this. I understand they've got to, if in fact we decided to do nothing, we've got to give them enough time to permit a modification or whatnot. You know, again, if it says owners as it appears to be from what they've represented, and I have no reason to doubt that what they're saying is accurate, I do want to make sure that we give the affected properties enough time to react to the change. What I would suggest is the following. I think, one, we should give direction to the city attorney to analyze whether there's a basis for grandfathering these two properties and come back with that analysis for future discussion, okay? Secondly, I would ask that Mr. Munoz just study it to confirm exactly how many bins we are picking up at these locations currently, what the level of services that we're offering. And I would suggest that maybe if we are going to grandfather, we grandfather that level of service, right? So that we kind of formalize that, since that is as it's being represented, a different impact than what we may be assuming when we're developing the ordinance. And lastly, I think at the same time, I would ask Mr. Munoz to think about, because whether or not for units up to 50, just to say, whether we want to offer as a corollary a paid service. So for example, if they're unable to procure cost-effective services from franchise haulers that are licensed in the cities, it just becomes very financially punitive. We can step in and on a cost basis, basically offer the service to not only these properties, but properties up to 50 units. That would be my suggested direction in terms of further analysis. I think we would want to have that analysis wrapped up by, we're in February, March, April, May of this year, so that we go into our budget workshop. If we do need to make a budget or prepare a budget modification, we have the basis for that information going into those discussions in June. Colleagues, any thoughts on that suggestion? Commissioner Kaye, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything you just said. Probably not the last part of it. I don't think that we'll be able to go ahead and do that based on a cost basis. It just doesn't fit with our model. I went a little further over the last couple of months just to figure out, and specifically, I wasn't aware that there would be an architectural change for, front-loading garbage trucks going into the Banyans. I also had and responded and looked into Miller and 67th to understand what a trash pickup would be with a private hauler. And what we did is we averaged something around 20 containers, and obviously we can go back and forth and understand how many containers they did, but we did an average of 20 containers, and we estimated that it would be roughly between $700 to $800 a month for each particular Banyans and Miller and 67. So that would be the cost structure that they would need to go privately. So you divide the 700 or 800 divided by the amount of units, and that would be your monthly charge for these individuals. Or is it per pickup? I need to understand. I forgot what it was. If it was per month or it was per pickup. But those are the things that we try to calculate so we can understand it. But going back to your point of going the first 2 points, I really truly think that's the best way of going about that.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized.
So just bringing up, would it be an option to possibly defer this until they can present us the information, and that way we can then put the vote in with the information provided by these two complexes?
I frankly always anticipated that people would not be happy about the change we're making.
Obviously.
I mean, we talked about it. I think if you watch the record, we debated this for quite a bit of time. I think, we need to wrap up. Again, I feel strongly that the reason we're here is people never memorialize the policy, and our tendency is if we don't act, we defer, and we defer, and we defer, and we defer. I'd rather create some urgency for us to act and respond to their specific situation by adopting it. But that doesn't mean, again, we've written in a 1-year on-ramp or off-ramp so that we could, solve for these kinds of situations. So my preference is just to continue to adopt it. Again, it's not intended with any disrespect for these 2 affected properties. We can certainly direct the city attorney to try to come back and do a legal analysis on whether we can grandfather them and be on safe legal footing for doing that. And also study, currently what the cost impact is of service to these particular units if we were to bring them into the service portfolio. Again, I'm happy to also have staff look at, cost-based model for units up to 50, because I think, that kind of puts us in a better position of offering those other units an alternative to the market, because from what I've heard from one of the buildings that was 7 units and did not get service since its inception for the last 10 years, contrast to our neighbors who are here, they were getting hit pretty hard from a fee perspective from waste haulers for service to that building. So I don't want to leave those residents necessarily out in the lurch either. That's the basis for my suggested approach, but I'm happy to go with the will of the majority. Yes, ma'am.
If what you are saying would come to pass, which go crazy and say we're going to service 50, then they would find themselves in this, essentially the same position that they're in now, where they would have to pay extra to have that garbage picked up, correct? I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Maybe not. I don't think it's necessary. That could be one alternative, right? If there's no basis for grandfathering them.
Okay.
If there's a basis for grandfathering them, I have no problem grandfathering them. I think what we were trying to do from the beginning was be consistent and treat people the same, right? Because it's hard for us to say, they've been getting service since 1977, but there's a 7-unit building just down the street from here that never got service and, should have never gotten service, right? So those are the inequities that we are trying to resolve, and why we try to come up with, a financial analysis and a basis for drawing a distinction. If there's a basis for it, again, I have no objection to grandfathering. The last thing I want to do is, create a punitive situation for any resident around trash service, and we all know the challenges we have around trash going forward. So,
absolutely.
Further questions?
Not for me.
So again, and just to explain myself, the reason I bring up the deferment is because some of those 7, 8 unit complexes are currently under contract, so they can't just get out. So those contracts have to expire. So even if we pass it today, it's not like tomorrow they're gonna get picked up. They have contracts that they're under.
Yeah, but they can also give notice, and I think that for them is a significant thing. They know that they have the ability to come into our portfolio, and they do have notice requirements. So the sooner that we adopt a policy that they know they can conform to, the sooner they can get under a very punitive cost structure. That's also my reason for wanting to move this forward. We've been talking about this, guys, for a year. I mean, I know that this may be new to some of the folks in the audience, but we've been having conversation about this for some time. We've tried to move in a very deliberate and thoughtful way so as to limit the impact. But I mean, we do have people that have real needs today. Again, our neighbors who are sitting here in front of us, I understand the future impacts, but they're not being impacted currently, which again, so you understand why I want to go forward. It's not intended with any disrespect to all of you and the potential impacts. It's really a response to other residents who find themselves under very punitive contracts because their buildings are tiny, and waste haulers, frankly, can charge them whatever they need to, or they think is rational, and the market is very limited in terms of options.
I obviously they have a year, so for a year they get.
There's no harm.
There's no harm. So I'm okay with going and voting yes, but how do we establish so we actually force ourselves to come back?
Yeah, so I would
to make a final decision on these 2 properties.
So if there's anything else you would like the administration to study, I'd say we give them direction with the expectation that there is an item calendar on an agenda. I would say maybe the first or second meeting of May. Mr. Manager, you can tell me, Mr. Munoz, how much time you think you need. I certainly want to see this information come back to us before we start our budget process, so that there are fiscal impacts associated with any decision we make here that we need to calibrate for, we're going into it before we, before we send it, we make a trim decision for, in the July hearing timeframe. That's the reason I suggested May, just so we get it, 6 to 7 weeks before making budget decisions.
I think your recommendations were fine. I would like to see like a calendar, like where we establish that by a certain point, May, whatever, that day, we'll bring this back to review and then see if the option is for them to be grandfathered in, if that's an option for the two properties.
Yes, sir. You're
So
right.
you want it to be date certain then?
Yeah.
Be like this
Yeah,
date?
yeah, so we don't keep just, so they know also.
So why don't we, if there's a motion to adopt, I'll move to adopt the ordinance on second reading as presented with the following direction. One, that the city attorney analyze whether we have a legal basis for grandfathering both the Banyans and Miller 67, and to provide the said analysis. Two, to the administration to study the current service levels, what the current pickups are for both of those properties, so we could grandfather them for the current LOS. And three, if there's an interest, I would suggest whether we want to have Mr. Munoz come back with maybe a cost-plus option. So if there is no grandfather opportunity or no basis for it, we can offer that as a service that helps give affected residents an alternative to being subject to the vagaries of the marketplace. Okay, that would be the three direction that I would want to add in conjunction with the motion to approve, and I would ask that that analysis be brought back to us for the May 19th City Commission meeting. Commissioner Kaye, before we move the item? Yep.
I agree with all three of your terms. I understand what you're doing with the third term now, so I agree with that, and I'll second that motion.
Okay, so I moved it, second by Commissioner Kaye. Any discussion before we ask the clerk to call the roll? Yes, Madam Commissioner.
So when you're talking about the 50, up to 50, are we going to give him direction of having it be those big things, or are they going to be cans?
I think we
Or
leave
are
it to
just
him to
leaving
tell
it
us
open?
how it is we can serve it effectively within our current
Okay.
fleet inventory, because we don't want to buy specialized fleet to service these properties. And in the case of our neighbors here, the fleet that's required to service, via a commercial waste hauler requires modifications to their properties that may create other issues. So,
Thank you.
okay. Further questions? Commissioner Kaye?
No, I was just gonna say, I don't know if we would go to 50. I think we would keep it at 20, with the understanding of anybody that's within the 20 that wants to be picked up, which is only 2, could follow that model that you're talking about, which is the price per pickup.
Yeah, I think, I would ask.
I wouldn't go up to 50, Mayor, is what my point was, because we can't afford that.
Well, again, this idea would be that we wouldn't afford it. It would be, I would say, a cost-plus model. So they would basically be reimbursing us for our direct costs for providing the service, Commissioner. So there would be an additional fee for waste pickup for projects of that size. And for them, it's an alternative to basically procuring that service in the marketplace. Again, I'm trying to create a bulwark against the fact that, Waste Hauler X might charge them 3 or 4 times what we might be able to provide the service for as an alternative. That's my intent.
And they wouldn't.
Hold on, one at a time. I'm going to go Commissioner Rodriguez and then Vice Mayor Corey.
Sorry, I know this is dragging on. I agree with Commissioner Kaye. As of right now, 50 is just, it's not affordable for our city. But the possibility that if the 2 properties are not allowed to be grandfathered in, the possibility of then us providing a fee to do their pickup where they wouldn't have to do all the new construction or the reconfiguration to pick up the trash, maintaining those 2 properties where we provide the service for them, and then they just reimburse the city for the pickup.
Correct. Again, my only reason for saying 50 is because if we're doing it for them, I would just want to make sure that the other 12 properties that are in a similar situation would have the same opportunity. So that's the only reason, again. That would be the motion with the direction. I moved it. There's a second by Commissioner Kaye. Further questions or further refinements to the direction? I'm happy to accept any suggestions or modifications.
For May 19th.
For May 19th, that's correct. Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 6, please.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you, and we look forward to working with you to get this resolved hopefully in the most satisfactory method possible, okay? Let's move on to items 3 and 4, please. I'm sorry, before we move on to that, let's take M5 very quickly, because I know we have our friend from VIA sitting here in the audience patiently. Mr. Manager, you're recognized on discussion item M5. Metro Connect
Thank you,
VIA.
Mayor. Mayor, Commissioners, this is a follow-up to a conversation that we had regarding this service and wanted to bring back a discussion item. There has been meeting with VIA, with staff, discussing the current situation since the county changed the model on the Metro Connect service. And I know Juliana's here and had shared some ideas with our staff, of which some of those ideas would and she'll correct me if I'm not, still would need more vetting within VIA to understand how they would deploy that. There are options that we may not want to consider, and there are other ideas that may take us back to the model that sort of we used to have. So we just want to share this as an update and allow her to share some of the ideas. And I think, we have some homework to do after that, after you give some input, go back to consider what we're going to do as it relates to this service, given the changes, at the county level and how we intertwined that service, with our dedicated vehicles. So if you may, I would allow her to share some of the ideas. And again, these are sort of global in nature, with us still having to analyze them a little bit more as to, possibility and or desire to pursue any of them.
Good evening. Name and address for the record. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Hi, Juliana Dickes from VIA Transportation. So let me just back along. So as a recap on where we are, why we're here, basically our existing service, Metro Connect for South Miami, piggybacks off of the Metro Connect County service, which has instituted a fare policy as of February 1st with $3.75 per passenger ride and a discounted fare of $1.50. Because the services overlap in zones and on times of the day, this means in the current setup, we are charging the county policy at this moment. We had committed to revisiting options of what can be done to enable South Miami to have control of the fare policy, as well as come up with some other solutions that could also go back a little bit to the drawing board and try to bring it back more of the concerns around the use case of servicing the downtown area. So what we're bringing here is basically 3 different approaches. They vary with regards to what they solve for and the level of complexity that it takes. So starting from the first approach, this basically is the simplest approach. It remains under the Metro Connect program, but it basically provides the ability to charge 0 fare for the SoMe zone. The way it does this is through offering vouchers that we would distribute to riders. The key parts of this component is that it requires some building of awareness so that riders can know and that they have to book and they have to use the vouchers. If they don't use a voucher to book this, then they would have to pay the full fare. And it also requires some method of controlled distribution. What this means is, either we can work with the city on what that would be. Would it be a set of emails that we have? Would it be some sort of validation City Hall? Would it be some eligibility pre-registration of that sort? So opened, but there should be some control method so that this doesn't just leak, apart from using like single-use vouchers. That's option 1. It's the simplest, very feasible to execute, and maintains all the benefits of the Metro Connect program today. Option 2 is a bit more sophisticated. It's a way of working this through a subservice. What this means is that under the existing MetroConnect program, we would create a subservice. It will look like what the image we have here on the right. So basically, the rider would select, when they opens the app, it basically selects, this is just an example from another service, but when you show a subservice, you select what service you're using. So let's say there would be a logo here that says City of South Miami, and with the logo, and you would click that option. What this means is you can still remain under the MetroConnect program app. Nobody has to download anything different. The user experience is slightly modified, that in which case the rider would select the program that they want to request from, and then they would get a proposal. What the consideration we need to have here is obviously very quickly the riders might find out that if they select the South Miami program and they're in that zone, they will get a $0 fare, whereas if they select and they're in the same zone that the county services on Thursdays and Fridays, they would have to charge, right? They would be given a $3.75 fare. But it's doable, it's feasible, and you would still have control of your fare policy. If you opt for that subservice approach, we can also do an enhancement version of it, which still allows you to be under the MetroConnect service in terms of app, and which is something that Mr. Mayor had mentioned a while back with regards to interest on this, which is enabling a Uber or Lyft integration. And we can complement that with vehicles that are wheelchair accessible. The way that this would look is that when you establish a subservice, you have control not only of the fare policy, but you have control of the zones, the service hours, of many different rules, which we don't have today because we're all in the same service. What would happen is that in the case that we do set up an Uber or Lyft integration, when the rider asks for, they select a SOMI service and they request a ride, what would happen is that we would broker that ride to an Uber or a Lyft, unless the rider actively says, I am a wheelchair, I require a wheelchair, in which case that would then come to a wheelchair accessible vehicle that Uber and Lyft don't have, so it would come to a VIA vehicle. Just very mindful that there would not be branded vehicles, Uber and Lyft. This is a difference versus the program we have today. There is clearly signal on MetroConnect and on City of South Miami. There is a risk here, which is the accelerated burn rate of the budget, because all proposals would receive a Uber and Lyft proposal. So all requests would be met with a proposal. So the key point here is that we'd have to establish some limits so as to manage that burn rate of the budget if we want to stay within the existing budget that you have allocated, right? There are many ways of doing this. We can set up a cap of rides, number of rides per person, per weekend, or per given month, so we could discuss that. We could decide to say, we're gonna make sure we're focusing on the downtown case, so maybe we're just providing fare freeze to the rides coming in and out of the downtown. We're offering some charge equal to the county policy on other rides. So there's a lot of flexibility when it's set up as a subservice. We can discuss, I'm just flagging here that there is a consideration around the burn rate of the budget. So because the difference between Uber and Lyft is that it's unlimited supply, and we actually have a limited budget. So we need to manage that piece, which is something that we would be working alongside with to make sure that we make whatever adjustments need to be made. We are capping at the right number of fares number of rides per person, or we're adjusting the rides, the service accordingly. The third option is an option that is more significantly different than what we have today. It's thinking of, let's go back to the drawing board and not only think of the service that we have under the Metro Connect program, but let's design a service that's exclusive for South Miami. This would be a full split from Metro Connect, so this would mean a new app, new branding. You could not only do on-demand vehicles, you could complement it with, let's say, a downtown circulator, if that were the case, or a fixed route proposal, a shuttle. It could be, you'd have control not only of the fare policy, of all the service parameters, and if you were to still decide to do Uber and Lyft brokering in that case, you could define specific rules for brokering to Uber and Lyft, which you cannot do in a subservice. So in a subservice, you either say all rides go to Uber and Lyft, or you have to follow the county parameters for Uber service, which are not what you want here. They're over 25 minutes wait time. The new service, the difference, the new service, this is obviously a more extreme option, requires almost like a relaunch, let's call it, of the service, a new design, and depending on what we establish may have budget implications. So this is, I think this is obviously for our assessment of you guys. We're going to continue to work here with the team from the city, but I think at this point, would be great to have some guidance on a preference of model so we can continue to drill down on how we approach this. I don't know.
Colleagues, is that the presentation?
That's what we had brought. Yes.
Got it. Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the creative options. I just had a question on the new service design, so the departure from Metro Connect. I was curious what maybe some of the benefits of working with you guys on that would be. Would it be speed to launch because you're already here? Would it be some kind of use of a transition plan so ridership could still occur in the meantime? Like what should we see as a benefit of kind of going an entirely different service route?
I think we are here, obviously. We already have the service live. And I think we have information and data that we could leverage on to kind of bring the proposal. But I think the key thing is VIA has a wide range of ways to tackle this. I think you're not going to find a player that has, one, the operational breadth that we have, and that can tackle this from as many angles as we can. Say, if you want to complement with fixed route, if you want to complement with shuttle, if you want to complement on demand, if you want to do brokering, I think we're definitely going to be the more complete in terms of offering something that can work, in terms of ability to play with solutions that target only the downtown area, and with control of data. I definitely think that we're very differentiated in what our software can do. And obviously, we're here, and so I think that's the advantage.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized.
So I'll ask two questions, then you can answer it. So the first question would be, would this be a new platform that would have to be created to implement and I'm talking about the new...
Part 3?
Yeah, Part 3. And being that you've presented it, do you have a rough cost of what it would be to implement that?
It's not a new platform in the sense that it would be for us a new city ID under our existing platform, but it would not be tackled under Metro Connect. So The benefit of this, you completely disassociate from anything that the future county may do with the program. So there's no dependence whatsoever in any county decisions or budgeting or anything that they do 2 years ahead. We know for the next 2 years there's a program, right? We all went through a bit of stress last year on uncertainty on this, but that's the big benefit. It does not require a new platform from VIA. It's the same existing platform. This is how we tackle if it were a new service. I think when we discussed bringing it under Metro Connect was because there was a benefit of, there's obviously a lot of cost saving, the fact that we are already here and that you were leveraging some of the vehicles that looked and felt the same. There's no app, there's no branding. So that obviously brought down costs from what I would say if we were doing just a typical launch with no gains associated. We tend to be a bit more expensive as a single standalone platform. I think we're obviously under consideration here that there is an issue to solve, but I think it will depend on what we agree the boundaries of the new service are. So in terms of, we might have recommendations to justify this. Okay, let's put these other many hours. Let's adjust the service a certain way, for example. So we can, if that's a path you would like us to explore, I think the next step would for us to bring in recommendations along that line and see what budget that would be.
And sorry, just a quick follow-up, and it would be the 2 or 3 Teslas that you're currently using to service South Miami, or would there be?
No, it could be whatever you guys were to design. For example, the way our contract works and our services work is basically on vehicle hours. So we do an estimate of how many vehicle hours you're going to need to service the given demand. And depending on how it's structured, on like, oh, you want to be from all these days of the week, all these hours, right? Or you want to concentrate. And with that, it's how we manage how many vehicles we should have, because you basically allocate those hours through the number of vehicles. The vehicles is an option if we think Teslas are the right things. They're here, we have them, we can work on a transition. If you think we need to design around a circulator or something else, that could be the case. Obviously, if we're doing the brokering to Uber or Lyft, we don't have as much control on whatever vehicles are happening.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner. And Commissioner Kaya, do you have a question on this item?
You're going Commissioner Bonish first?
Yeah, just looking for a thumbs up from you, yes.
I just think that we've had, this is not the right word, so I apologize, an obnoxious amount of conversation about this. And I don't think we've managed, I'm sorry, but I don't think we've managed to move the needle a quarter of an inch. What we have, we either decide, we want to let the people pay the fee, we don't want to let them pay the fee. If we don't want them to pay the fee, then we cut it off, because
I think
feel like we're just spinning.
I share, trust me, I share your frustration more than anyone on the board. So I think what we've heard is that there's no way for us not to charge the fee, because you recall at our workshop, we've had our contract modified by the county,
That's why I'm saying.
and we're not in privity with them, so.
But that's why I say, either we say, hey, we're gonna live with it the way it is, or we cut bait, because
So,
it's just.
so I think, you know,
Wait,
Commissioner-
sorry.
Seriously.
I appreciate your comment. Let me recognize Commissioner Kaya, then I'll add my 2 cents. Sir?
Yeah.
You know,
Off with your head.
I'm of the same mindset as Commissioner Bonich and you, Mayor. I think that we've gone around. I'm a little bit drained as well. You know, if we just keep it and let it go and see how it does and have people charge, people are going to get mad at us. We're going to get phone calls, and we have to live through it for another year until we can fix it, you know, whenever the contract's up. Or, you know, the other option, like, you know, do we cancel the contract and figure out what to do? I don't find a really good solution from the different options that were provided. You know, if we set up go back to our own SOMI very marketable app where we can do our own stuff. You know, we still got to cut into the budget, and it's going to take time for that to get done. So, and that'll cut into the amount of time that we have it allocable for people. So it's just, I don't really see a really good scenario that I'm super happy with right now. So I don't know how to move forward, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't think it's the provider's fault per se. I think we do need some guidance, Mr. City Attorney, on what our options are with respect to contract modification. The contract's been modified without our consent, right? And that's not their fault. It's the county has made this policy decision. There's no other way for them to kind of integrate it. Nonetheless, it's affected our contract. I don't know what rights we have contractually to terminate or not. I mean, I don't want to get into that conversation here, but I think this commission needs some guidance from council as to where we are from a contractual posture and what those options are. And then from a service option, I mean, I think, you know, new service design sounds fantastic, but really, you know, I have questions as to whether we can do that under the current procurement or whether we've got to open this up again because it's substantially different than what we had asked for. I also wonder whether we're really going to get the kind of service we want because, you know, it's just our very limited portfolio of dollars. And so while you have all the operational breadth in the world, and I know you do, we've seen that elsewhere, I'm not sure that we can take advantage of it because we aren't, you know, our reach certainly would you know, what's the phrase? Our reach exceed our grasp. Thank you. So, you know, of the options that you've outlined, I'd love to learn more about the subservice and what the brokering costs are because that might be the closest to say, look, we're going to suspend service during the standard Metro Connect hours and we'll focus on providing, you know, rides into the town center or rides to our seniors on a brokered basis so they can get door-to-door service through Uber and Lyft. I wonder what the marginal cost of it is doing it through you guys versus doing it with them directly. Love to understand that. On the vouchers, I think it's really tough. I mean, I'm not sure how we would, you know, the verification part, we're not staffed to do it. You're not staffed to do it. How we would avoid or preclude people from taking a code and sending it to their friends. And, you know, all of a sudden, my daughter's Snapchat and 1,000 people know the code to use our service, right? So those are the kind of, you know, practical concerns I have about option one. Option two is my most interesting, but I mean, it's hard for me to kind of figure out where I want to go until I know what our options are legally. So those are my 2 cents. But I think option two is the only really viable option for us based on the menu that we have. Am I thrilled about that? No, but I mean, if we're going to spend more of your time, which is valuable, helping us kind of figure this out, colleagues, my sense is we try to figure out or ask the provider to figure out the range of options on a subservice basis, right? And bring that back to us while we get some guidance from the city attorney about where we are from a contractual posture. Make sense? Okay. Commissioner Gaia, you've got your face partially covered. So thoughts? Get your thinker pose going.
No, I'm just, yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you just said.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
We'll look into that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Come back.
Yep. Okay, let's move on to items 3 and 4. Madam Clerk, if you can read those into the record, please.
Yes, item 3, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Bend, Florida, approving a development agreement with Avalon Bay Communities, Inc., developer and Robbins Plaza LLC owner for a large-scale development mixed-use project known as Avalon South Miami 2 on the 1.34-acre development site located at approximately 7230 Southwest 59th Avenue, consisting of the properties bounded by South Dixie Highway, US 1, Sunset Drive, Southwest 72nd Street, Dorn Avenue, Southwest 59th Avenue, and Southwest 73rd Street pursuant to Section 20-8.7 of the Land Development Code in Sections 163.3220 through 163.3243 Florida statutes, providing for authorization. Item 4, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Bend, Florida, approving or denying a large-scale development special exception application pursuant to Section 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code for the mixed-use project known as Avalon South Miami 2 on the 1.34-acre development site located at approximately 7230 Southwest 59th Avenue, consisting of the properties bounded by South Dixie Highway, US 1, Sunset Drive, Southwest 72nd Street, Dorn Avenue, Southwest 59th Avenue, and Southwest 73rd Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, you want to read the requisite disclosures?
Thank you, Mayor. Item numbers 3 and 4 on this evening's City Commission meeting agenda seek approval of a development agreement under Section 163.3220 through 163.3243 Florida statutes and Section 20-8.7 of the city's Land Development Code, as well as a large-scale development special exception under Section 20-8.7. For the development agreement, this is the second of 2 readings. The first reading was approved on February 3rd, 2026. The special exception is a quasi-judicial item. The resolution for the development agreement is not. It is legislative, or at best, a quasi-legislative item. It is nevertheless a public hearing under the ordinance. The same public hearing can serve both items. So in the abundance of caution, in order to afford the most due process possible to all parties, and without waiving the city's position that the resolution on the development agreement is in fact legislative in nature, the city will frame tonight's hearing within the city's quasi-judicial procedures with respect to presentations by staff, the applicant, and public comment. The clerk has read the title of the resolutions before the public hearing commences. The public hearing will include presentations by staff and the applicant and public comment. The commission may ask any questions either before or after public comment is closed. Following public comment, the commission may deliberate on the 2 items. The quasi-judicial procedures require this commission to consider the evidence presented to it and base their decision on the applicable law and primarily on the evidence presented, whether by the applicant, staff, or members of the public. The evidence considered must be substantial, competent evidence. This means testimony or other evidence based on personal observation or relevant expert testimony that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is not a popularity contest. It cannot be based solely on non-expert opinions, no matter how fervent those opinions might be. Everyone who seeks to speak on an item will be given an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of each hearing. If you intend to provide testimony as to either of these items, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you speak, you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to direct questions on their behalf to either staff or the applicant. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak should be sworn in. I'd ask that you please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you confirm compliance with the advertising and notice requirements for this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, have any of you had any ex parte communications with the applicant or any member of the public, either for or against either of these 2 items this evening?
Mr. Bonich? No? Okay. Vice Mayor?
No.
I have had multiple conversations with Micah Khan regarding the development agreement and our city attorney.
No.
Mr.
I have met with members of the public in regards to this development, and obviously we've spoken through with different members of the development group.
And let me supplement my disclosure. I have had meetings with at least 2 neighborhood groups regarding the application as one of many items of discussion about city issues.
Thank you. Mayor, at this point, you can proceed with the
Okay.
staff or with the
Yeah, let's go ahead with the staff presentation. So we'll start, Mr. Alvarez, if you can keep it brief, we'd appreciate it. And we'll follow up with the city attorney just to kind of highlight some of the changes in the DA, and then we'll recognize applicant's counsel for their presentation.
Good evening, Mark Alvarez, the Cordino Group, representing the city staff, planning staff. This is, I'll make this as quick as possible. There's a lot of details in this. This is a hearing for the large-scale development special exception with the site plan review, also for a TDR approval, also for development bonus approval, also for a design waiver approval. They are combined into one review. A quick housekeeping, I want to mention that we have hard copies of the application and of the site plan. We have, as of the 11th of February, I'm sorry, the 10th, there were some amendments to the application. I have an addendum to our staff report, because our staff report did not cover those. And I'll just read the 3 of them so that we have that in the record. The 3 changes were that the number of residential units had been decreased from 254 to 251. The effect on density is to lower the density of the project from 190 to 187. The maximum density permitted on the site is 200 with bonuses, 150 as of right. The second item was there are a number of street car sharing spaces that were part of the site plan on the ground floor, 4 of them to be specific. They were on Dorn Avenue. Those were removed and they are replaced with regular parking spaces. That was at the request of the city's DRC, Design Review Committee. Parking department in particular wanted those to be open spaces and the city would determine how they would be used. And finally, the floor plate areas on levels 4 through 16 they have very minor adjustments. In total, they come to about 4,612 square feet lower. Those are the changes that are on the very last submittal that was given to us. It was just a number of sheets to make those changes. And the individual and cumulative effect on those does not affect the staff report or our opinion or our recommendations on any of the items. So that's just to get us up to date. Back to the presentation and the major presentation. This is an oddly shaped block. It's a triangular block. Of course, it's south of Sunset Drive, north of 73rd Street. And one of the important things to understand about this site plan is that there's an entitlement area and there's the site plan building area, which you see in the upper yellow shaded area of that triangle is the entitlement area. In other words, all of the development rights are from the entire block, but the only building part of it is to be on the part that's not shaded. The part that's not shaded is 1.13 acres, that the entire block is 1.34. I'll get a little more into this with the TDRs. The flume designation is TSD, the zoning designation is TSDD in the TSDA subdistrict. I think we know the context of this. The context of this is really it is TSDA all around it, as of the rights of all of the structures, of all of the properties around it are in the same category of density. They have the same rights as far as density goes, whether as of right or with bonuses. The heights are generally similar. The height permitted to the north is 4 and 8 stories. 4 and 14 stories. The height permitted to the west is 16 stories. The height permitted to the east, which is US 1, is actually the hospital. It's part of a PUD, but that is essentially an 8-story area. And then to the south, we have still in the TSDA, those blocks are permitted to be 14 stories. So the entitlements for all the blocks around it are very similar in scale to this proposal. As far as compatibility, this is within a 5-minute walk to the Metro Rail station. This is the project that we really built our zoning code around. I shouldn't say it that way. This is the concept that we built our zoning code around, that we would have density close to the Metro Rail station. Is consistent with our comprehensive plan, is consistent, in fact, with what the county has motivated us to do as well. The intent of this zoning district is to provide a density of residents to not only support the Metro Rail, but to also support the businesses and the employment areas in the downtown so that we can build a live, work, play downtown. The massing, and again, I went into what the entitlements are around. The massing is consistent. It provides a transition, and this is something that was very specifically put into the zoning code for Sunset Drive. So this project actually preserves the buildings, the 3 historic buildings on the north, the Dorn building, the Dorn building, the old bank building, and I guess what was the old post office. Those 3 buildings will be preserved, and their rights are being used into the project. So we also have compatibility because we are preserving the historic context of Sunset Drive. It is consistent with the TSDD. I mentioned already the density, but the density of this project comes out to 187 units per acre. With bonuses, that is within the rights of the project with bonuses. That 187, again, is calculated for the entire 1.34 acre block. The project would be allowed to have up to 268 dwelling units, and it has 251 as it's proposed to you tonight. We have reviewed it for consistency with parking and loading. It meets all the parking and loading requirements according to the code. It has a sufficient number of parking spaces. It has the sufficient amount of loading internal to the building. Bicycle storage is sufficient as we have required it in the code. The one change, which I discussed already, is a change that happened in the last week because the city's design review committee, the parking department, did ask for those spaces that you see on the bottom where it says street parking. Excuse me. Those were originally Uber, Lyft, and drop-off spaces. They are proposed right now to be street parking. If the commission determines this, we would consider that requirement waived.
Mr. Alvarez,
Yes,
hold on
yes,
one second.
yes.
Yes, Madam Commissioner, you're recognized.
If you go back one slide, we had the conversation for the building over here about possibly doing the bike storage as bike scooter combo. So I think it's only fair to
Yes, we could.
pass that on to them as well.
Yeah, and I'll to explain what you're asking, we had on another project determined that we could also, for the bike room, allow scooters, electric bikes, e-bikes also in there because those have become more prevalent in this day and age.
Thank you.
Thanks. The project is consistent with our TSDD street hierarchy. It's really on all primary streets, but it does have its frontage onto Dorn, which is the one that we wanted to have its frontage on. That's our our primary pedestrian street. It is also consistent with the open space requirement. It has all of its open space as linear open space along Dorn Avenue. It does exceed the open space, 4,931 square feet of space is required for this block, and they are providing 4,900
Mr. Alvarez, that's open to the sky?
open to the sky.
Thank you.
This building does have browse, but yes, that's open to the sky.
Yes. Yes, Madam Commissioner. Sorry, sir.
I just need clarification. I see this kind of driveway that goes out to US 1.
Yes,
that-
that's the loading dock, so access is from 73rd, egress is onto US 1.
Yep, so you can go all the way through.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because I was like, there's no curb cut or anything there, so.
Yeah, I think you can see it a
on
little
the
bit better
slide.
here.
Okay,
It goes through the
thank
block
you.
and it exits out onto US 1.
Okay,
And that's an existing curb cut, correct? Or is that,
On US 1, I believe it is, yes.
I don't know if it is or isn't.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
Actually,
It's a new one. It's further
yeah,
south.
it's
Okay.
not.
Okay.
It's not. I'm thinking of another one.
huh?
And can I ask, do we have confirmation that FDOT has, I don't know if there's someone on the development team, they're fine with that location, that proposed curb cut? Yeah, if you can come on up. Since we got a question from the commissioner about it. Good evening.
Good evening, Corey Dorman with Kinley Horn, traffic engineer. Office is located at 2 Alhambra Plaza, Suite 500, Coral Gables, Florida 33134. We did have a pre-application meeting with FDOT to present the curb cut on US 1. After initially reviewing, they will review the access permit for that curb cut, but did not express any major objections to that curb cut.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Alvarez, shows you again.
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. And I should also add, we have Diana White from Corradino, who was the reviewer for the traffic, and she is online as well. Just to the open to the sky, and I did mention the building has browse, so some of the browse do encroach onto some of those open spaces, but they are definitely browse of the building. They don't have built floors above them. It is consistent with the street hierarchy I was saying, and it's consistent with the open space requirements of the TSDD. There are about there's exactly 30.3 additional feet of open space, which will apply towards the bonus areas, towards the bonus. The open space is mostly hardscape, but the green areas, as you can see, are the planter areas with green space. This has been before the DRB, Design Review Board, and there were some comments about the landscape, and those will be addressed. I think they were mostly, I think we had something that we discussed earlier this evening about hardwood trees and root balls, and those will be addressed with this project as well. A little bit more of the landscaping, and you can see the diagrams of the canopy. This is the first thing where we have something where we have a transfer of development rights. So this is according to section 20-8.8 parentheses M. And again, the sending site for this is going to be the little yellow area where those 3 buildings are, the 3 historic buildings, and this has been done to preserve those historic buildings. So essentially, we're taking their air rights away, and they can never be replaced with anything else. The receiving site would be the site that's not shaded, the 49,307 square feet of the development site, which is zone TSDD, TSDA. The applicant will have to obtain a certificate of transfer. That will be done later. The applicant will also have to improve the sending site, and I believe there are plans to take those historic buildings and turn them into, actually move the deli lane into those buildings, renovate them, and reuse them. That is also a requirement of the code that they would be improved as well. And finally, the sending site, the end result in this is that the sending site provides about 48,983 square feet that's transferred in floor area to the receiving site where the actual building site is. And there are some calculations, it's very hard to see, but I'll go through it quickly. What it basically is, we take the area of that sending site, we multiply it by the number of floors that it can have, and times also the building area, so it's 80% times the 8 floors, and that gets us the number of square feet. We subtract out the buildings that are there, because they're staying there, and that result comes into development site, and that is 48,983 square feet. This project also has applied for development bonuses to be approved by the City Commission, and they have applied for an open space bonus as an on-site improvement, the 30.3 square feet, but it's in excess of what's required. And they have applied for a pay in lieu on the affordable housing or workforce housing bonus, and then on the sustainability, the project is proposed to be built to LEED Gold, if I have that correctly. So we've done the calculations on this. This is out of a spreadsheet, and if you want to follow this very quickly, there's a column that has some colors, and basically floors 1 through 8 are the AOR means as of right, and what you see on the 1 through 3rd column are the floor plate sizes, the areas. So all of those are as of right. As we get to the next one, we've applied the TDR, which applies fully to the 9th floor and partially to the 10th floor. And then with the 10th floor, we've applied the actual bonus or the open space bonus from the on-site improvement, the 30 square feet, which multiplies into about, I can't read it, 700 and something square feet. And we've applied that to the 10th floor. There's still a small remainder, and that's where the pay in lieu starts. So what you'll see on the very right-hand column is on the 10th floor, there's the first payment in lieu because they've run out of on-site bonuses, they've run out of TDRs. And then we follow down based on the floor area. I know there was a question earlier this evening. It's based on the floor area of each floor times $30, and it goes into that last right-hand column. The end result that we've calculated is $4,248,318 for pay in lieu for the remainder of the bonuses to 16 floors. That said, the building is consistent with what's allowable in the building height plan. The building height plan does allow 16 floors here if the bonuses are applied. The building height plan does also allow 213, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The structure is 202 feet to the roof and 213 to the bulkhead. Both of those are within what we allow in the TSDD for a 16-floor building. Yes.
I'm going to recognize Commissioner Bonich.
Thank you. Are they going to be doing in this building on the roof the same thing that they did on the first Avalon so that they don't have to put, the elevator or whatever goes all the way up? So that they do not have to have cranes if they had to do things later?
That's a question you'll have to ask
Okay.
the applicant.
I just
I'm
don't
sorry.
know if that was going to show up somewhere.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you recognize.
Can you go back a couple slides? This is just for clarification purposes. One more. So here you have that the applicant will improve the sending site historic building proposed to be renovated and used for Deli Lane. I don't think the applicant is the one. I think that's the current building, the current property owner will be responsible for
The
that.
applicant is both. So the applicant is both Robbins Plaza and
Okay.
Avalon Bay.
Oh, okay, then my mistake.
Yeah,
All right.
and that's out of our code, and that's how they're meeting that part of the code.
Yep.
The last part of this is the applicant has applied for a waiver for floor plates or the floor area for each floor above the fourth level. The table on the left side gives you the floor plates. We have a 10% limit for all other blocks except for non-rectilinear blocks. So in other words, part of the code anticipated that triangular blocks would be a little bit more than the 10%. It's in the code, and that, and also six-story blocks in the TSNA. So we have about, give or take, about a 30% increase in the floor plates, and that's completely allowed by our code, and that is the subject of a waiver, a design waiver. We've reviewed the design waiver, and we've reviewed it first to make sure that it is not a prohibited waiver, and it is not. And the table gives you the 5 criteria, and we found them not to be a prohibited waiver. And then that's a lot to read, but we've gone through all of the criteria in the code to determine if the waiver does meet all the criteria. Essentially, it causes no harm to the buildings outside. It does not do anything that's inconsistent with the TSDD code and what has been intended. And the staff recommendation on the waiver is to approve it. Finally, section 20-8.10 is the architectural standards. Without going through all of them, we have gone through all of them. We have found the building through quite a process of back and forth. It is compliant with fenestration, wall variation, ground floor coverage. And again, the ground floor coverage, the building footprint is under 80%, which is what's required, 79.5. So those floor plates above only affect the floors above. This building fits our building coverage. There is the use of non-reflective glass, the material variations, parking, screening, and interior location. This has been through the DRB and supported by the DRB. The only thing that and it's really an area of the code that we have to reword, and we'll get to that on another item tonight, but wherever we have driveways and back of house, the code is silent as to how we count that for glazed areas, and we haven't been. We've been just not doing that, so that's the only area where it doesn't meet the code, strictly speaking. But again, we've been pretty much not applying that because it was never intended that there should be glass over our driveways and back of house walls. And then finally, as far as process, this has been through the DRB. It was approved by the Design Review Board. Again, really the only comments, it was supportive, but the comments were regarding the landscape and the hardwood trees and the survivability of them. It has been to the Design Review Committee, which is city staff. We check through code compliance, planning, zoning, police, safety, public works, and parking. And again, the parking comments came out of the DRC, and those have been addressed on the site plan. And again, those would cause us to have to waive our requirements for the TSDD for pickup areas for Ubers, for car sharing. It has been through the planning board. The planning board also approved it unanimously. They were mostly supportive of the project. They did have some concerns, but basically felt that this project helps support the traffic as far as in a sort of global sense, that the more mixed uses we have, the more we reduce our traffic problem. And they did have some concerns about the areas for delivery. They actually took a somewhat opposite position on those Uber spaces, and they would prefer a little more space for deliveries. I thought that might be a concern. And we're at City Commission. And that was the conclusion of my presentation. In summary, we find it consistent with the code. Because we find it consistent with the code, it is also consistent with the comprehensive plan. Staff recommends the project for approval.
Thank you, Mark. Colleagues, questions? So we'll go left to right. Ladies first, Commissioner Bonich, and Commissioner Guy, I can't see you, so if you want to chime in after Commissioner Rodriguez, just holler, please.
The slide that shows the bike parking, I imagine it's on 73rd, the exterior bike parking. It shows 2 sets of bike parking.
Is there a sheet you want to refer to?
Oh, I don't have
Yeah.
it. I was looking at,
I have it on the slides.
yeah.
And what was added, there was a staff request that, oops, I missed it.
Wait,
No, it's
No,
further back.
there.
Those are the outside bike racks, because we need bike racks for guests to arrive and people to go to the restaurants and so forth. That there are 4 retail cells. The bike room for the residents is what would be, it's kind of behind US 1. You see it's marked there.
Yep.
Bike
So
storage.
how many bike racks do we have on this street? Is it
It's 20
20?
altogether,
I
yes.
mean, I can't imagine 20 people rolling up on their bikes to come to this. And I look at the sidewalks and I'm like, why do we want to junk up sidewalks? I think if we had 1 set of that, I think it would be more than enough. I think 10 bicycle things, when you've probably got more bicycle things on the corner and the other corner and the other corner, I think we're asking somebody to build a nice building, update the streets, update the streetscape, the landscape, everything, and then we're gonna continue to put bike racks that the universe will never use. I mean, they've got gazillions of parking for bikes inside it, and we're supposing 20 people are gonna like roll up on these bikes. I don't see that, so I don't know if you guys agree with me. I just look at it and it junks up the street.
Yeah, I would only disagree insofar as obviously bikes and micromobility is evolving. So I would tell you, I'd like to keep the space of the requirement, but maybe it's a dual bike/scooter designated corral areas. So we don't have scooters on every particular corner. We've got more spaces where people can leave a scooter or a bike, and they're designed for either purpose. I think that would be probably more in keeping with what the reality is on the street these days.
I agree. I keep looking at bike rack. This goes back to the conversation we had on the other building.
We could convert, so I was, for other purposes, walking around the UM campus, and I noticed that they have racks specifically for micromobility devices. They're a little different than a bike rack, so we could take those in lieu of bike racks.
So, Mr. City Attorney, if we wanted to modify that, is that a condition that's in the resolution that we can address, or?
It is, we would have to add it. But we could
So
certainly add it.
We can make a note just to keep that
Yep.
on the parking lot of issues.
Yep.
Further comments, Commissioner? Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mark. 2 quick questions. One, well, first of all, I wanted to say it's great use of the TDR. I'm embarrassed we fought you for as long as we did on that. Preserving the historic buildings, phenomenal. I did have a question about one of those buildings. There's one on, it's 5900 South Dixie Highway. It's currently in kind of the northwestern part of this property. Now, it has a very similar historic architectural design. Obviously, that's going to be part of this plan, so it'll be knocked down. I'm curious what year that building was made and compared to the ones that are next to it or built.
You're talking about the yellow building?
Yeah.
Marie's building? I think, Michelle's building?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we go up to the Dorn building,
Yeah.
which is where the alley occurs, and then that would be part of the project.
I was just curious how old that building is compared to the buildings that are being preserved.
I don't know, but I know Victor Dover is here tonight, and he'll probably know the answer to that.
All right, well.
2000.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, it's a nice
Beautiful building.
architecture.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, yeah, that's that question. All right, so the other one was about, because the bonuses were mentioned here, and I did see it in the redlining, it looks like the fee that was being paid for the bonuses was reduced in the red line, and I was just curious at what math turned that up, because it was originally 6.7 million, it's now 4.2. Is that the space was reduced that was requested, or the?
No, that's been recalculation on the math. If we've gone through a few versions of this.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, I believe initially you calculated the full amount.
Right.
Without reducing the contribution for the TDRs.
For the TDRs or the open
Okay.
space
So
or
that
sustainability.
is the delta.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure the lawyers weren't pulling a fast one on us or
No,
anything.
no,
Okay.
the TDRs
Thank
turn
you.
out to be close to almost $1.5 million of value.
Yeah. All right.
1.465 or something like that, if I remember.
All right, thank you. Those are
Yes,
my
sir.
questions.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, great. Commissioner Kaye?
No comments on the presentation, Mayor.
Okay. Mark, just a question, because I have not been able to decipher it from the plans, and that is the eyebrows, how far do they protrude from the building? Do we have I don't see a dimension in the drawings that I'm looking at, so.
I believe they were 5 to 10 feet. I'm going by memory.
We'll
let
ask the
architect-
applicant then.
The
Okay.
important point is that the building doesn't occupy a habitable space above them. And I think that-
Understood, but
right.
again, they're setting back the building an additional how many feet from that segment? Do you recall? I couldn't tell that dimension either. If you don't know the answer, it's fine. I'll
Yeah,
ask,
let the
we'll ask you
architect-
guys in a second when
and
you get it.
I
Yeah.
think our discussion will happen a
Okay,
little
great.
later
If you
tonight,
can just
too.
address that, I'd appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Rescio, do you want to walk us through the DA changes really quickly?
Sure.
And then see if there are any questions regarding that, and then,
Yep.
Mr. Bass, I'll recognize you for both items, and you can,
So if you could look at the red line, that might be the easiest way to concentrate on what changed. The red line has all of the changes from first reading, but I want to kind of draw your attention to a couple of things. So number one, on page 5, that's definition 1.3.15. There's a definition of streetscape improvements, and I'm going to come back to that concept, but I want to introduce it to you. There are two types of improvements that are occurring on the street, okay? One is what they are, what they would do as any developer, which is on their side of the street. So on their side of Dorn, on their side of 73rd Street. Streetscape improvements specifically, when it's capital S, capital I, refers to additional right-of-way that they're improving, which is the other side of Dorn, the other side of 73rd Street, and the intersection between them. And then there's a little bit of work on US 1. So let's put that on the shelf for the moment. I'll come back to that. The term of the agreement, which is on page 6, they've asked for it to be extended to 7 years. So we've worked with them on that. Skipping ahead to bottom of page 8, top of page 9, the construction hours. They are being expanded from what's currently allowed, but only slightly. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then limited work on Sundays that can't involve loud machinery. There is also an exception for activities where they need to start earlier to avoid having backup in traffic, like such as concrete pours. So they will coordinate with the city manager and get permission to do those. Okay? Moving ahead to page 10, they will be granting along US 1, they will be granting a perpetual right-of-way easement in the 4 feet along the property line. That 4 feet is intended to make a 10-foot sidewalk so that it is no longer this narrow sidewalk immediately adjacent to oncoming traffic. Okay. Let's see, the 2.4.5.3 on the same page, okay, this is the right-of-way improvements. This is that they will be improving the right-of-way. This includes what I mentioned earlier as the streetscape improvements, which, let's go ahead and skip to that. On page 11, 2.4.7, the streetscape conditions. So I explained that there's the stuff that they would normally do. They are still responsible for that. That's their side of Dorn, their side of 73rd Street. With respect to the other side, they will be doing it. They have to do it before TCO, but This contemplates a separate agreement with some financial contribution from the city to the tune of $2.5 million in order to do the stuff that they are not legally bound to do. But at least the thinking, the concept is they'll do their side and they'll do the opposite side, and it'll be a consistent approach. So it will work all together and look right. Let's keep going. Oh, yes, of course. If there's a question, sure.
So they're doing Dorn and 73rd?
Dorn and 73rd, the intersection, and then crosswalks along across US 1, subject to FDOT approval.
Okay.
Yeah. So skip ahead to the bottom of page 16. The loss of on-street parking. So you all adopted a code provision that addresses the loss of on-street parking. This is consistent with that. This just spells out what the parking spaces are that are being lost. There are 16 spaces that are being lost. That was reviewed for the different exceptions that were provided in that code. 3 spaces are being removed to accommodate the driveway, which is an exception. And 8 spaces are being lost or moved to meet the requirements of an established streetscape master plan. So that means that they have to pay for 5 spaces. Those 5 spaces are in 2 different zones. One zone is compensated at a rate of approximately $75,000 per space. The other zone on Dorn Avenue is compensated at a rate of $50,000 per space. So those 5 spaces account for $301,000. Next provision, city street parking during construction. They will be paying $15 a day for the spaces that they rent that are not included as lost spaces, and they will also be renting 30 parking spaces within the garage at the going rate. The next provision on page 18, the bonuses, and this may speak to Vice Mayor Corey's question. In the first section, 3.8.1, that's where we're mentioning the bonus floor area based on open space, based on lead, and then based on the TDRs. And that reduces the amount that they need. And then when in 3.8.2, that's where the $4,248,318 is mentioned. That is an estimate because if the development plans change or are altered up or down, that will be recalculated based on that. And they're also, that's at $30 per square foot, which is the going rate, provided they get their building permit before December 31st, 2026. Otherwise, there will be an increase.
I'm sorry, before you continue, just on 3.3.
Yep.
There's a delegation to negotiate here in 3.3, and then at the end of the agreement.
Yep.
What are we delegating to negotiate? If the rate?
The rate for the first 30 months, that's something that, that is what it currently says. Yeah.
Okay, but, so the only thing that's left to negotiate is in the event that there's the construction goes beyond 30 months and they require continued use of the spaces, the manager has the discretion to set the rate.
It's actually for the first 30 months if there's for a reduction. If it goes beyond 30 months, they're stuck with that rate. That's the way it's phrased presently.
Okay. I thought we were setting a $15 fee.
We are, and that's why I kind of paused.
Okay.
There's a remnant here, I just noticed, of a previous provision.
I just want to clean this section up to make sure it's, again,
Yeah.
have counsel for the applicant adjust. I think so. My understanding is the first 30 months, which is their anticipated construction schedule, it's $15 a space.
Right.
And I would imagine the delegation would be limited to any negotiation beyond 30 months should they need to extend that construction period.
We could certainly put it that way.
Because the fee could be higher, right?
Right.
We could generate more revenue from those spaces. So I'm imagining that's the discretion we're giving the manager, to continue the rate or negotiate.
Okay, so
a rate
$15
above
a
the
day.
$15.
$15 a day per space for the first 30 months. Manager, CM to negotiate anything beyond 30 months.
Mr. Manager, do you have any concerns about that language, or I don't know if you had a chance to review it in detail or not?
No, sir.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
We are looking here at the 4.248, and we're saying that of that money, we then are estimating 2 points whatever to be reinvested of those funds into cover our sides of the streets.
We're not committing that it has to be that money. It could be that money, but it could also be any other source of
Well, but
funding that the
realistically
city has.
speaking, the
Well,
money's
because
not
there's
falling from
also,
the sky.
there's also Art in Public Places that has placemaking dollars. That,
Yeah, but I mean, are we looking at a streetscape as a placemaking?
as far as placemaking, it could certainly fall under, it does fit, I'm not saying that it's that, what I'm trying to say is there's flexibility to determine where that money comes from.
Yeah.
You're not bound to that number, or that source, rather.
Yeah, I think that we may want to take a closer look at how we fund that versus just leaving it up to the universe to decide. Because if we have these funds, and then the outside possibility exists of taking money from Art in Public Places, it doesn't make sense to have the money sitting here and take it from another.
No, I agree, and I think I didn't want this, I asked the city attorney specifically not to mention the source. I didn't want to have a huge conversation. What I wanted to confirm, and part of my conversation with the applicant was, okay, what are you estimating each linear section is going to cost? And so, kind of rough order was $2.5 million, inclusive of the crosswalk and related infrastructure upgrades. So just there, basically, so we understand what it's going to cost us. I think we can move forward that, what they're contributing in terms of bonuses is going to likely cover the cost of that expenditure. So this is our kind of an up to amount. This will come back to us when we execute the additional agreement, so they can actually act as our agent and complete the improvements on our behalf. So it's not a final.
Yeah,
not a
I
final
just want it to be said so we all understand that I
Correct.
think that taking the money out of Art in Public Places to do that doesn't make any sense.
I agree. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Just clarification, I mean, Mr. City Attorney, currently the Art in Public Places is 1.5% of
Correct.
the construction cost, but half of that could be applied to placemaking. And
That's
I think
correct.
that's what we're saying, that could be a source of funding.
Absolutely, I understand. I
Yeah.
just don't know that when we were envisioning that conversation, that we were envisioning bricks on the street for placemaking. I don't think that was the intention.
Are you good? Okay, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Okay, so I was gonna discuss this, because this is where I circled. I love the project, I think everything is great, my conversations with the developers have been great. This is actually something that's new and just popped up as far as the streetscaping portion of it. So, it was always,
Sir, what section are you looking at? So we know?
I'm 1.3.15, the streetscaping, where it's the east half of Dorn, the intersection of Dorn and 73rd, and the south half of 73rd Street. So it was always discussed with the developer, like, they took pride that they were going to redo Dorn. Part of the project was, because if we do it right now,
Speak to the mic if you can, so we can hear
oh,
you.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
So if Dorn's were not to be redone, you would do your side of the street would stay the same and all that. But in this case, you're elevating the street now where everything is flush. So show me a way that you're going to do that and not, and still blend in with the other side. I think at this point, when you're raising it up and making it flush, you have no choice but to finish the rest of the street. So on this one, I do have an issue as far as, I think that's part of that to me seems as part of the project. The intersection, it's elevated and it's connecting both projects together. So it's symbiotic, making both projects symbiotic to each other. The south half of 73rd, that one I completely understand that we should probably help in that one, because if you continue the sidewalk along the north side of 73rd, you don't technically have to do the south side. But in order to keep it cohesive, I understand that we can. But when it comes to Dorn, I just feel that Dorn is part of the project. It's always been part of the project, as far as I saw it.
And it is.
But that we didn't have to pay for it.
So let's put up, that's a comment. Let's put a pin in that until we hear from you guys. but we'll pick that up again. So, you got any parking lot of issues?
I have one more provision to just call your
Yes,
attention to.
go right ahead.
In 4.4, page 20, it's just a covenant that the historic property is the historic property, will not be touched by this. We thought that was important. Now, when they enter to the TDR and they go through the process, they're going to have to covenant to that anyway, but belt and suspenders.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Is it proper for us to include the developer in the language of that section since they're not the?
You know what, we can,
I mean, I think I'd like the representation from the owner since they're
Yeah.
the.
yeah, I think we can
Okay.
change that to owner.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I have just one other comment / question, which is, it relates to, just so you can address it for us as you go through your presentation. 2.7, right now, the language as proposed says, developer, this is for the improvements across from the existing Avalon Bay, which we had discussed some time ago. Developer shall obtain the appropriate permits to commence improvements to the north side of.
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, this is page 16 in the red line, sir. Section 2.7.
Okay, gotcha.
Again, developer shall obtain, it was complete before, the appropriate permits to commence improvements to the north side of 73rd Street on the first block east of Dorn Avenue prior to the issuance of the first building permit. So before, we were asking for the delivery of that improvement, which we thought would be contemporaneous with the other building, right? And in my mind was the consideration in part for the additional floor. Prior to the commencement of, prior to the issuance of the first building permit for the new project, okay? If the completion is infeasible, I would just ask if you could suggest something that provides us a tighter timeframe in which that improvement will be delivered. Because the way that's written, with extension of the building permit, it could carry all the way through the end of phase 2. So just my request for you on a thought about how we can tighten up that language, okay? So with that, any further questions, Commissioner Kaye? I can't see you. Did you want to ask any questions?
You can't see me?
I cannot, no. We have a presentation up at the moment. So, sir, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We talk about construction, the actual construction timelines. It seems like we extended the timeframes on it. Where were they before, just so we can be clear?
The
clear on
construction
what
timelines of what, sir? Just so we're clear.
Construction of the actual building, the timelines of construction, like when they're allowed to build, Monday through Friday from 7 till 6.
Yes, so.
Saturday, and so what was it before and what is it now?
So, Mr. Fresco, why don't you walk us through what they had proposed and what we have modified it to, and then what the code requires, if we made no modifications?
Yeah, their original proposal started at 6 a.m. And ran through
6 p.m.
6 p.m., yeah. So we have adjusted that so that it's an hour less in the morning. It also extended all the way to Saturday with the same hours. That has been reduced to 8 to 5 p.m.
Which is consistent with the current code, correct?
Which is consistent with the current code, that's correct, yeah.
For Saturday?
For Saturday.
For Saturday, that's right, yep.
The only other deviations were allowing construction indoors on Sunday with no mechanical equipment, correct?
Correct, that is a modification, that is consistent with how this commission has viewed other construction
Their
projects.
prior project, yes.
Correct, that's
Okay,
right.
So Commissioner Kai, I think the window is the standard window 7 to 6?
The window is 7 to 6.
That 7 to 6 was the same window we were using at Avalon 1?
No.
It was longer.
Yeah, it was earlier. So the code requires 7 to 6 and 9 to 5 on Saturday. So we are allowing, we're keeping to the same. We're just allowing also Sunday work, indoors, not heavy machinery, and then we're allowing the city manager to determine for like concrete pours and those kind of intensive activities.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the concrete pours. The only problem I have with Sundays is the parking allocation on Sundays. So the work being permitted indoors, I'm not worried about the concern about noise. I'm concerned more about parking and the surrounding areas on a Sunday. So I don't know what to necessarily say about that. It's just a concern that I'm sure we're going to have with our tenants in that area. That one day they can actually breathe and have just normal people walking by instead of having construction workers parking and walking across the street. That would be my only concern, to figure out how we can do parking there on a Sunday.
If I may ask through the mayor, does the concern for Sundays extend to the parking garage as well as the on-street spaces?
No, I'm more concerned about on-street.
About on-street? Because, right. The construction workers could be parking, should be parking in the garage, actually. There's 120 to 150 spaces that they will be using. We could put in a limitation on Sunday on-street parking for construction workers. I don't know if that would address your concern, Commissioner.
I guess, I'm just, I'm sure people park on the streets as well. Like, I remember Avalon Way, there's a lot of people working on 74th Street and then both avenues on both sides. It's just, Sunday, I just want to make sure it's a free day from just parking on the streets everywhere. The other questions I had were the 2.5, well, we talked about the contributions and where they come from. One of the concerns I had is, it's not something that we can deal with today, but it's something that us legislatively or policy making should look into. Taking away 16 spots and not allocating some method of helping the area surrounding Avalon 2, specifically retail. If we're taking 16 spots away from there, forever, maybe in the meantime, while construction is there, and it's, there's so much construction, there's so much dust, that we figure out how to help improvement on parking, especially on 73rd Street and on Dorn, since we are removing 16 spots forever. Maybe an idea is to have some money allocated for valet, figure out with some other people in the neighborhood that have private parking, that we can figure out if they can park there. Maybe some sort of compensation from some of the funding that we're receiving. That's the idea of receiving this said money sometimes, is to make sure that the area around there is compensated, or that, it benefits the community there. So I just wanted you guys, I don't know what your thought process was on that, but that's a concern that I had on losing some of that parking spot. Any comments on that from my colleagues?
I think, I'd have to look at the streetscape, and we'll get a quick window into it from the applicant now, but, I think the only concern is we probably then would have to think about modifications to their proposal on the east side of Dorn, right?
That's right.
And possibly.
No, I don't want to necessarily change
on
their proposal, Mayor.
Yeah, on the north or south side of 73rd, so.
Yeah, I'm not asking to change your proposal on parking. I think it's a necessary evil. I think that we should just think about what we would do with some of those bonus monies being allocated, to figure out how to help the surrounding community survive the constructions. That's all I'm saying, from a parking perspective.
Okay.
Is that clear? I'm sorry if I'm not being clear.
Yes and no, but we'll talk through it some more. I will add for the applicant, if you can just also walk us through the timing of the relocation for Deli Lane, and to the Commissioner's point, dovetailing on the parking concern, what the interim parking plan is for that use, since the surface parking lot will be under construction. So I think Commissioner Kaye, I don't know if that also is something you're concerned about hearing. I would imagine you are, given that it's part of the existing inventory for that business, and that existing surface parking lot does provide some relief on the demand for on-street spaces as well. So, anything else we'd like the applicant to address in their presentation? Vice Mayor, and then Commissioner Bonich.
Actually, just had a question for Tony, just to alleviate this concern. I know we extended the agreement from a 5-year term to a 7-year term. I was just wondering what we have in place, perhaps, to protect against the property being completely inactive, or demolished and nothing happening there for that period of time. It's just where it is located. It might be a concern for me to have.
It's a fair point. We do not have anything presently other than the hammer of increased rates that go up significantly if it sits idle. It goes up to, that $4.2 million is based on a $30 per square foot charge. It goes up to $50 after the end of this year.
Right.
And then we'll continue climbing every year after that. But if, you know, if we need to consider something like that, we can work something into there. Let me think about it while the applicant gives his presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you, I was distracted, I apologize.
Yep.
The question's about the length of the term of the agreement being
Yes.
only 5 years?
No, it's
No,
7
it's
years.
seven, it's 7 years.
It was
They have
changed.
asked for it to be 7 years,
Okay.
7-year term.
As opposed to 30?
As opposed to 30, correct, yes, that's right.
So just so my colleagues are aware, they could ask for a 30-year term. Now,
Correct.
I also want to share with my colleagues, if we are unsatisfied with this agreement at any point in time, we do have the right to notice a public hearing and open this up again.
Under the
So it's
statute.
not there under the
Yep.
statute. So we also have, that hammer. I don't think we intend to use it, but it is an option that's available to us. We do have to give them notice and process so we can talk through modifications, right?
Mhm.
That's a whole can of words I don't want to open up, but again, just to let you know that there is that procedural element to the statute. Okay, all right, do we have any further questions? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think we kind of came to a consensus about the bike and the scooter parking, correct? Where we were changing some
Yeah,
of the
let's
bike
let
parking?
them address it. It's in the parking lot of issues I've got, if you can help me keep
Okay,
track. So you've got bike, scooter, stalls or parking, right?
Yep, you've got parking rental, $15 per space per day, for
Correct,
30
so
months.
3.3, 2.7.
2.7,
Which is
tightening
the
it up, the time
timing of
frame.
Correct.
Yep. The 4.4, which is the historic provision that extends only to the owner. And then the Commissioner Kaye point about prohibiting the use of on-street parking by construction workers for Sunday work.
Okay.
Okay, and then I have two things.
Yes, ma'am.
One is, I had asked Mark, but I'd like for the applicant to address, are they doing the same treatment that they did on Avalon One, where the elevator goes all the way to the roof, so it doesn't necessitate the use of cranes to send up, air conditioners or whatever? That was actually something that the applicant asked for on the first building, and we granted because it just literally makes sense. So if you look at the first one already exists. Is it happening on the second one? And then the second thing is, I understand that we're making everything flush. So does that mean that when there's a grade, it's literally just like a little ramp? Or are we gonna see weird stuff like the weird stairs that we see at the corner now? You guys know what I'm talking about.
Is there a grade change that requires
Those weird
steps at the-
stairs.
on the site?
Okay.
So that's one. And I think there's another issue which Commissioner Rodriguez raised, which is the east half of Dorn a cost that they should be required to pay for, given that they're proposing to elevate the street, which would necessitate, and the intersection, which would necessitate them doing both sides, not just from the center line to their property line. So I think that was the other issue you raised, correct? Did we miss anything? Okay, so that's the list of questions that we have for you. If you could give us your best, shortest presentation, we would appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions given the nature of this group. So, good evening.
You have 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, Jeffrey Bass is my name, 1515 Sunset Drive is my address. It's a great privilege to be before you this evening and getting to the podium before 11:15 as I did last time. I've checked Fox's is open until 2, so we'll take our time as we proceed through this. With your permission, we have organized a presentation with an eye towards flow, speed, and comprehensively addressing the project. I would like to address your laundry list when we're done so that I could quarterback the questions to the particular members of our team who are best suited to answer, because I'm afraid if I start bringing people up one by one,
No objection. Let's stick to the flow.
Be a bit chaotic.
How much
So
time do you think you'll need, sir? Just so
I think we'll need about 20 minutes
Okay.
for multiple disciplines to present.
Proceed, please.
So, okay. Let me start by mentioning that an extraordinary thank you is necessary for you all for the work on the zoning code rewrite that brings us here today. And when I say you all, I also mean Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Recio, your staff, because what you see today is really the culmination of work that took years and included an immense amount of public outreach and public participation. And what excites me beyond measure is when I go to Casa Cuba now to pick up food to take home for dinner, there's life on the streets. It's starting, it's happening. There are people, there are families walking their dogs, like the lights are on. You see people on their balconies. And that's when the building is only 50% leased. Imagine when it's full and when this arises. And I say that because my goal this evening was to place this project within the broader context of the great accomplishment that it represents, and that as an achievement by this body leading, really leading something that started, and few people know this, in 1972. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes. I really want to focus on transit and traffic because I live here, as you know, and I hear people talk about the traffic as they did. And so I really want to put the traffic within the context of where we live and not the projects that we're building. So it's a little known fact that in 1972, our community came together and passed at the time one of the largest bond issues in the country. It was called the Decade of Progress Bonds. And the Decade of Progress Bonds passed by a vote of the electorate in 1972 with the goal to fund the construction of a transit system that became known as Metrorail. And the goal was to create a transit system in a spine that arced through our community where we could then increase residential density within walking distance to the rail. Because back in the 70s, the urban planners knew that building transit that you had to drive to sort of defeated the purpose of the tremendous public infrastructure investment in these systems. They also knew by putting people where they could walk, we would take single occupant vehicle trips off the roadways, and that if people could live and take transit and work near transit, we would be able to greatly manage what was occurring and which earned the name sprawl, something that everybody rallied together to prevent. So for every time you hear somebody coming in to complain about the density of development in your downtown, really, that is the antidote that we all agreed to this notion of urban sprawl, where our precious agricultural lands and environmental resources were being cannibalized by cul-de-sac subdivisions spreading. So we've adopted an urban development boundary line. We've committed ourselves to urban infill. And the project that you see tonight, standing on the shoulders of your work and your zoning code rewrite, represents, I think, a very significant achievement in over 50 years of urban planning. And so when you look at if I could move the slideshow here, let me see if I could do this. So you can see where this project falls within the corridor. We are like right in the perfect sweet spot of a transit walkable shed. I mean, that's why you created the zoning code that you did and recognized that the lands near transit deserve their particular type of higher density zoning to encourage this use of transit and encourage compact living in an efficient space. And it's happening. That's exactly what you're doing. And when you drive up and down US 1, you'll see it's happening in other jurisdictions as well. You're starting to see the buildings pop up near the metro rail nodes. When you look at the property before you, you'll see where we're situated, proximate to the rail and proximate to some other important uses. And I just wanted to highlight for you, while we have the conversations about traffic and trips, those of us who live here understand that we're sitting in the middle of a lot of what I'll call incredible partners that also generate trips. We have Baptist South Miami Hospital literally across the street here. Anybody know how many employees work at Baptist? Anybody?
System-wide or just the hospital?
South Miami? 2,000. So you have 2,000 jobs right here, okay? We have the University of Miami, the next stop up. Anybody know how many people work at the University of Miami, full-time employees?
25,000.
4,000 on the Coral Gables campus. So let me just put that in perspective. Anybody know how many employees the city of South Miami has?
121, no?
137 full-time, if my information is correct and I remembered correctly. So we have a geographical endowment, right? We live near major employment centers. And the ability to work at South Miami Hospital and live here and walk to work, I mean, that's a dream that very few people would have had the opportunity to realize, but now we're making it a reality by adding these houses here. But as it relates to the traffic that we all experience, look at how many wonderful educational institutions beyond the University of Miami are proximate here, with parents who live in the area taking their kids to any one of the schools, whether it's St. Thomas, Mandelstam, Betham, we have Sunset Elementary, we have Ludlam Elementary, we have Gulliver. I mean, there are a lot of schools, and everybody knows it's not great to be on the roads during the school hours, but that's what happens when you live in a community with families and good schools, and people need to bring their kids to and from school. So when you hear about a lot of the traffic in South Miami, it's really not traffic being generated by South Miami. It's people who live in Pinecrest and Cutler Ridge driving to downtown, and the reverse is also true. But the traffic is just a function of the progress and living in a great place in the middle of a lot of things. So we have Kimley Horn. We did a traffic analysis of the project. You know, we looked at where people are going and in what directions they're going. And look, the great majority of the people are going to leave here, travel on 73rd, and then get on to US 1. Like that's the way that they're going to go, you know, pursuant to the models, and that shouldn't be a surprise. Then they go north or south, and that graphic illustrates both the commercial and the residential trip generation. And then broadly, I just, before I wrap up on the traffic piece, want to emphasize for those people who complain about traffic, that we live within a transportation concurrency exception area as designated on the comp plan, that this area does, because it recognizes how much traffic is baked into the network here. So at the end of the day, traffic is a feature of life. It exists with or without this project, and this project does you know, it creates a negligible impact on the background traffic. I'm going to turn it over to Victor Dover, who's going to speak to you about the streetscape and the design for the streetscapes. Victor Dover, myself, and Andre Sacella, three members of this team, keep our offices on Sunset and could all walk here and to the project. But before I do, I just want to make a few points, and then I'll wrap up. We have the recommendation, the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Board. We have the staff recommendation and support of approval. We went to the DRB, we went to the DRC, they all recommended approval. Your staff, and I can't say this, I can't say this with enough sincerity. This is a complicated project, right? It is a complicated project. And your staff has worked tirelessly to review it. We have their recommendation and findings of consistency with your zoning code and consistency with your comprehensive plan. We're going to ask for your vote of approval for both items this evening, first on this large-scale special exception, then on the development agreement. We're going to run through a presentation. Let me just preview it for you now. We'll have Victor Dover walk you through the streetscape. We'll have Albert walk you through the architecture and the design. We'll have Andres walk you through the landscaping, because we did hear a lot of comments about landscaping from this body previously and from the planning board. So we took time to carefully walk through the landscaping on as part of this presentation. And then after that, we'll come back and address the particular questions that I have on my list. Thank you for your time, and again, we ask for your support and approval this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Dover? Good evening.
Good evening, Victor Dover, town planner, urban designer with Dover Cole and Partners. We're at 1571 Sunset Drive. I have a little history with the street, so I'm the team's ancient historian. Since the city's very first handsome, anyway, historic buildings were built on that location, Doran Avenue's seen a lot. It's been a key place. especially more recently, where South Miami folks have worked to put our aspirations for what the future of the town should be on display for everybody to see it. And for the last few decades, it's basically provided the postcard picture of who we are. When our community came together in 1992, after Hurricane Andrew, for the purpose of deciding what downtown South Miami should be when it grows up, we were arriving, of course, eventually at what came to be called the Hometown Plan. This block of this street, the block you can see from the Metro Rail platform, was selected as the place to start the implementation of the Hometown Plan. Joe Cole and I had a hand in that in our early 30s. It's a long time ago. And we designed the rebuilding plan for Dorn Avenue. I will tell you, it was our first street design. It was also the first time in about 65 or 70 years that the city had undertaken any similar infrastructure project, and it was a real stretch. There was a public-private effort. A lot of creative fundraising took place. The combined work of people like Susan Redding from the Chamber of Commerce, Karen Dorfman, Lydia White, and John Sorgi from the Red Sunset Merchants Association, who saved money for years to rebuild Dorn Avenue. And then City Manager Bill Hampton, who was very creative. He got the City Commission excited about the idea of using a local option gas tax for a couple of years, so that when people bought gas in South Miami to run their cars, they contributed to a pedestrian improvement on Dorn Avenue. Now, those folks have all passed away, so we will honor them if we succeed in converting this place again. They were devoted to the idea that we take a nowhere part of downtown South Miami and turn it into somewhere, that this would be a great address. And if we get this newest upgrade right, we're just continuing that process. I will say, you've probably seen the before picture, but in case you didn't recognize it, it used to look like that. It changed rather dramatically, and some of it worked really, really well. Dorn Avenue went from grayer to greener. We slowed the street down and made it safer. It went from being a space just for cars to being a space for people, and the businesses thrived, Deli Lane and others. It went from being kind of a forgotten alley to being the social center of the neighborhood, and that's what we want to hold on to with the redesign. We also didn't know what we didn't know, and we learned a lot about street design since then. Some of you know I'm a little obsessed with street design. Its age is showing. The Chicago bricks have been crumbling since the day they were installed, and 30 years later, the Dorn Avenue does look a little tired and worn. Its trees are very vulnerable, as you heard mentioned earlier today, and the whole thing is in need of a timely refresh. Here's our chance. So I was honored when Avalon Bay folks called and asked us to help redefine the street again. Our firm worked on concepts this past year for Avalon Bay, and then landscape architect Andres Cecilla, who you heard from a moment, has evolved it into the design that we're about to show you. The new design calls for a complete reconstruction. It's a chance to really bring it up to modern standards. It would allow for more natural adapting to special events if you decide to close the street on occasion. Really importantly, it will reduce greatly the number of trip hazards that we have out there with the current curb design. It will better calm the traffic with the cobblestone design for the center of the carriageway, for example. And then most importantly, I think, it will allow for trees to really thrive in that location, getting their planting detail right. I'll just finish with this, there were a couple of important ideas in the hometown plan that for many reasons just didn't get accomplished, at least not yet. But here's a chance to make a couple of them come true. First, we called for a significant downtown residential population. That was the ambition of the hometown plan in 1992. We wanted to make this area around the transit station a true 24-hour city. And now, as Jeffrey mentioned, that is finally happening. We need more souls downtown. That's what will have the mightiest effect on our Main Street businesses, on Sunset Drive, on Dorn Avenue, on 73rd Street. This project furthers that aim, and that's one of the reasons I'm enthusiastic about it. But also, we get a newer, better Dorn Avenue in the process. Second, we called for a more interconnected downtown, especially for people who are moving around on foot. This project includes a proposed reimagining of the key segment of 73rd Street, not just Dorn Avenue, and a proposed new crosswalk directly to the underline, as shown in the plans before you. This is another big idea that was in the hometown plan that we finally have a chance to make happen. So as the team's ancient historian, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and on how we got here and why I'm so encouraged about this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Albert Cordovez with Corwood Architects, with 4210 Laguna Street, Coral Gables, Florida. Extremely happy to be here today. And firstly, again, thank you for your time. I know it's a long night. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. But we're very excited about this project. This is one that we have been working for quite some time with staff in a very collaborative effort with our client, who I feel honored to be doing another project with the city of in the city of South Miami, and with our developer and client as well. This is one incredible location that when we looked at it for the first time, we said, my God, this is what an unbelievable site, what an unbelievable location to really develop into a truly great project. And I think I truly believe that's what we've done today. But very soon thereafter, we learned that it's a very challenging site to design. Again, geometry, what we needed to contend with in terms of the highway to the north or to the west, very challenging. We put our brains together, we put our minds together collectively, as we've all mentioned this evening with city staff, our client. But the goal was always set on really truly keeping and maintaining that pedestrian realm and taking it to another level, starting with Dorn Avenue. And you'll see that that's essentially what we've done today. We started by essentially doing that in proposing almost 90% of our ground floor perimeter with active spaces. We're anchoring this building with truly unique, great retail spaces, almost 18,000 square feet. The main corner, the southeast corner, is being anchored by a great space. And I'm turning in terms of height, in terms of location, in terms of access to those spaces, and continuing that policy of truly creating a great pedestrian realm. One of the things that we wanted to do is make sure that traffic is away from pedestrians. And for that reason, we minimized the curb cuts on the site, only producing that two-way, or one-way actually, two curb cut design, which are very essentially united on 73rd. One takes the traffic up to the garage. One deals with, again, another great point, and I think that this is what a lot of projects have, is a true internalized service and loading function. And when I say truly internalize the loading spaces to access all the retail spaces, to access the service core we have for the building, and to maneuver those trucks within, not necessarily outside. And with a one-way out to South Dixie, I think we minimize any impacts that vehicles have on, again, the beautiful pedestrian realm that we're creating on this particular building. In terms of parking access, as I mentioned, it's from 73rd. And although the logistics and the shape of the site was very challenging, we managed to put through a very, very efficient parking circulation, very workable parking circulation. We use that interior corner triangle to house our main core. We have three cores, three elevator cores on this building. One is the centralized core that you see in that center portion of the parking, which is actually our main core. It has access to our lobby from ground level at Dorn Avenue. We have another one to the west, which is a service core, and we have a small core to the south on 73rd with an elevator to access those people that are coming in for the retail. So they can easily come from the second level, which is the retail parking, to ground level and actually walk right immediately into the retail establishments. Pretty much those levels are typical up to 5th, with just articulation that you'll see in some of our renderings. And then we get to one of our pride and joys of this project is when we start breaking up this massing intentionally, as we have here. This represents our 6th level. which is where we have most of the amenity package throughout the building, a building that it's incredibly amenitized. And we did this for a reason, because one of the things we wanted to do, and you'll see that the massing articulates itself, is terracing itself in the upper floors as well. It changes height, it breaks up. On this one particularly, with the pool deck and most of our amenities, we wanted to break it up. The southeast portion that you see here is a double-story height that you see from our renderings, that it's essentially articulated out, taken out of so that we can have within views within and from that particular courtyard. We have prevailing winds, and it really does a beautiful number on the massing itself. Further up, we have further amenities. This is our penthouse level. As you can see, we terrace back from the south, we terrace back from the northeast into a beautiful courtyard, beautiful lounge that we have sitting on the top. The remaining are the units and the elevator cores and stairways that we have on the building. And this is one of the renderings. This is the main focal point from 73rd and Dorn. You can see the main retail frontage that we have on Dorn, the articulation and the design that we use for the podium. We used a fenestrated perforated screen with multiple planes. We also brought down the same geometry and architectural scheme of the building to several places within the podium to further unify the tower with the podium itself. The tower itself, we, as opposed to being rectilinear as we did on our first project, right catty corner to this, we went softer with the curvilinear balconies. We thought that was a very elegant way to do a more organic shaped tower. And it's just a softer on the eyes, and we thought it was extremely beautiful with the curvature and the shape of the site itself. Here's one of our actually main views for the project. This is, we used a flat iron design with, again, the balconies wrapping all around this corner. We think this is gonna be a truly iconic feature on the site when we look at this corner from that main focal point of South Dixie and 73rd. I think we talked about scaling back from 73rd. Close attention was also paid to that. As you can see, the 2 stories existing historical buildings, and then we gradually step up our massing until we get from the podium first level, we step back at the tower. The tower steps back from the podium level as well, and within its frontage to Dorn Avenue itself. Here's another view of the carving out of that particular southeast corner of the main floor with the housing amenities and the pool deck. Again, heavily landscaped, heavily amenitized throughout. Again, another aerial view of that iconic element on 73rd and South Dixie, that corner. And we bring you back to this last picture, which really says everything. Taking that pedestrian realm to the next level, bringing in some really incredible retail spaces throughout most of its perimeter, true spaces. And I think it culminates into a great project for this community and the city of South Miami itself. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Colleagues, any questions before we let Mr. Cordovez go?
He's not going far.
He's not going far.
He's not going far.
Okay. Do we want to, colleagues, you want to go through the whole presentation? Okay, we'll come back to it afterwards? Okay, fair enough. Mr. Arcila, good evening.
All right. Good evening. My name's Andres Arcila. I'm a landscape designer, principal of Natural Features Landscape Architecture and Design, with offices at 5879 Sunset Drive. I've been in the neighborhood for about now 11 years. Was previously a little further east, but now have relocated basically 150 steps away from the site, half if you jaywalk, but nobody has done that. With that said, we were extremely happy and proud when we received a call from our friends at Avalon to join this project. We learned about the project team, obviously. Victor Kolb, who has a history with the project, he came to our office. It turns out to be that actually the space that we currently house is the space that he was in back when he designed the streetscape. So here we are, and then of course working with Corwell and Albert, who's done an amazing job with this project, and then with the Avalon team, which we have some history in some other projects, and we did walk the Avalon 1 project, and through walking that project, I realized, of course, aside from what we've been doing with them in other projects, that they truly do care about their product, particular on that project in terms of the improvements that they did on the streetscape. They did the paving the right way, but more importantly, in terms of the trees that were installed in the landscape, they did do the right soil amendments, brought in silva cells and structural soil, did root barriers. So I think that speaks to volumes in terms of the care that they give to the public realm in their projects, and making sure that it's something that is going to have long-lasting value. So with all that said, I think for us in particular, Dorn Avenue is the story about the legacy and beautification of downtown South Miami's most recognizable and beloved streetscape. We intend to uplift its charm and make it a gem that will bring long-lasting value to the city, its residents, tenants, and visitors alike. So I will move quickly through some of these slides. So here is the floor plan for Dorn Avenue. This depicts the existing conditions as they are. I think I don't have to go into many details based on what's been sort of shown, but obviously the main things that need improvement are the paving for reasons explained by Victor, and then the trees, which also have been sort of noted by the team and public members and members from the public. Here are the proposed conditions. So I think just at a quick glance on this streetscape plan, you see that one of the main things that we've done is we've brought in a lot of greenery at the ground plane. So that does a couple of things. One, we are introducing the proper size planting beds to house these new large trees that we're bringing in, but also to kind of bring more vegetation and nature at the ground plane and variation to soften things up and make it more inviting. Along with that, we are improving the main street by changing the paving to a cobble that will be actually laid on a concrete slab, so there will not be uplift in the future. And then we're doing new pavers on the pedestrian areas. This is the proposed planting plan. So also we are increasing the number of trees, both on Dorn Avenue, and then of course within the property on the side of the development, we're also bringing in new trees to expand the landscape in that area. Here's a rendering of one of the professional renderings looking at the entry of the building. One of the things that I will say about the way that we approach this as a whole, meaning the team, we're also involved in the articulation and the design of the entry to the building. So this is not a project where sort of the architect just designed its mass and its envelope and kind of made a glass wall or an entry to it, but actually here you see the articulation of the entry where the landscape actually becomes part of it and it slips into the building. So we work together on that. Here's a mood board of some of the inspirations and character images of the materials. So we did look at other pedestrian realms that we thought were successful throughout South Florida. So we looked at the scale and charm and character of Española Way in Miami Beach. And then we looked at Rosemary District in West Palm Beach, which they did a great job also in terms of curbless conditions. And then of course, the Design District, which has taken a lot of care and pride in terms of their vegetation and making the environment feel lush. Some of the bottom images, the bottom left specifically is the cobblestone that we are specifying for this project. And then here are some of our renderings, meaning some of the renderings we produce in our office, which I think describe what the intent here is and what we're ultimately looking to achieve here. So this is a view looking north. So as you can see, the change of pavement, curbless conditions, the new trees, and then of course the new vegetation at the base of these trees. Here's a view looking northwest at the intersection. One of the things that you will note about the way that the building was designed is that that's southeast corner of the building peels back, so that provided an opportunity for us to further enhance the landscape. So there we are proposing this majestic shade tree with a bench, so to make it sort of an anchor feature for that corner and really highlight that area. Here's now a view looking straight back towards the building. So I think here you get a sense of that curbless condition of a parking stall, the bollards, and then the depth of the pedestrian realm all the way back towards the glazing of the building. So it's layered with the landscape, it's layered with sitting and outdoor opportunities. This is going back to that anchor bench in the corner, now looking northeast. And that basically concludes the landscape part of Dorn Avenue. I think as I go through the slides, you would also see some quick renderings of what we've done on the pool deck, which is also pretty interesting.
Thank you. Oh, yes, excuse me one second. I need a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so show the meeting extended without objection to 11:30. You're objecting, yeah. I gotta work later, I object too.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mark Schreiber with Avalon Bay Communities, the applicant, with offices at 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Let me, I'm going the wrong way here. So I'm going to try to rattle off as many of the questions as I can, answers, if I can find the
I think you gotta start over there, Mark.
The whole presentation.
That was an incredibly persuasive presentation.
Done. Thank you. Just go back. Oh, there we go.
We
There
didn't
you
have to
go.
extend the meeting after.
So I'm going to hit the timing of Deli Lane first, and before I do that, maybe I'll give my personal incentive on the timing. So many of you know my children were born here in the city of South Miami. After those doctor's visits, we would go, as tradition, eat lunch at Deli Lane. And so when I first told my wife about this project, she looked at me in the eyes and she said, Mark, if you are the evil developer who demolishes Deli Lane, we're going to have a problem. So I can just say that there's some personal incentive here to make sure that Deli Lane is relocated successfully to the corner. So as we heard earlier from Mr. Puente, they have their building permit, they've started construction, hammers are swinging. We anticipate that they would relocate in September or by September. And at that point, we would move to demolish the structures on the site. Somewhere before that, we would close on the land, presumably in July. The parking for Deli Lane, we're actually going to provide them 15 spaces in our garage. In addition to that, just to address some of the retail parking, we're parking the retail.
Mark, just if you can provide by way of comparison quickly, how does that compare to what they have today? Roughly the similar?
I'm not sure what's
So
in
they
that
share that apron with
lot.
other people, yeah.
Yeah, it's less than what they have in the lot today.
Okay.
But that lot is kind of shared amongst all of
Correct.
that
Okay.
retail. So we'll provide them 15 spaces. In addition to that, we park our retail at 4 per 1,000, which is a pretty, I'd say for urban retail, honestly, a little generous. That's about 70 spaces based on the 18,000 square feet of retail. And then after that, we'll have an access control gate and residential parking thereafter. Our total parking is well above the code requirement. So, we are looking at this not as let's build the least amount of parking we can to reduce cost. As a long-term owner, we're trying to right-size the parking and make sure that we're successful in the lease up of the retail and everybody can thrive. I think those were the parking questions. I know Commissioner Kai had a question about construction worker parking. I mean, our intent is that all the workers are parking in the garage, not in other on-street parking spaces in and around the community. If that was the concern there. The elevator, we do have an elevator to the roof. We have two roofs. So the low roof, the elevator comes to and stops on that level. And then there's an exterior staircase up to the high roof that people could use if they needed to access that. So you would take the elevator to the roof and then go to the high roof as well. But that high roof is split air conditioning units and things that they can take up.
Wait, can I just say something?
Sure, go ahead.
So you don't foresee needing cranes there after this building is constructed?
That's the goal, yeah. I mean, a re-roof or something,
Yeah, well,
obviously of that scale, right? I mean, I'm sure at some point there would be, but yeah, most buildings would not provide the elevator to any of the roof, right? So I think that's something, again, just from our operations team that we've learned just to make everything easier is to have that. Lisa, just on that question, since we're on you, I'm going to flip back to one of these renderings. I don't know if you picked this up, but this bench has
You mean the bed?
interrupters so that people won't be able to sleep.
Thank you. I noticed your furious
I was
scribbling there
expecting that question. and
when
we
you
were
show that
well
illustration.
prepared.
So,
He was already laughing at me because I wrote anchor
Mark, you're paying
bench equals
attention.
bed.
press.
All right, and then grade changes. At this point, we don't anticipate any. I know, we've not obviously fully done all of the grading, in particular for the proposed streetscape improvements of raising the intersection and the south side of the crosswalk. So at certain transition points, that's 100% the goal is to not have any steps. And that's honestly raising and making some of this flush might make some of that easier to manage. Mr. Bass, how am I doing on the list?
There's the question of the brow, the depth of the brow was our first salvo from the mayor when there was the discussion of how much of that linear frontage was open to the sky, and I know we had a drawing on that.
Yeah, so I think maybe we can best see it in this rendering. And Albert, if you want to also chime in here, maybe this one here. So there's an overhang and the brow, and that's really, I think that retail glass is probably 18 feet. And the intent is that we're providing this open space, but our vision is that there'll be outdoor seating there. And if we have some permanent cover, it's more usable for them. It rains, it's hot, it's sunny, but it's open along that entire distance. So.
Thanks, Mark. And the actual outbrow from that cover space?
Your name before you.
Sorry, Albert Cordovez with Corwell Architects. And the eyebrow is actually protruding 5 feet from the cover portico space.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
While we have Albert up there, can I ask another question that way? Can we move forward to the rendering, the southward facing rendering, just to illustrate a question I've got? You can go down one more. There was one that's a little bit more direct. This one, perfect.
Oh, sorry.
Just one forward. Either one works. So look, one back if you can. This one, perfect. So, I mean, obviously you're treating the garage with a metal mesh, right? And we've got that condition on 3 sides of the building. It's a pretty significant expanse. And so, again, I understand functionally you need that for ventilation. What I'm wondering, we have another project in the city, which I've talked to the developer about. They're coming through the process. Staff is working with them on design revisions, same condition. I don't know if you're familiar with the condition in the design district where there is the garage that faces I-195. You're going to have a significant Art and Public Places contribution that you need to satisfy. I would like you to think about how you can treat this metal mesh as, art. In the design district, they have a John Baldessari, I think, image on the metal mesh. think it's a very elegant way to treat treat that condition. Functionally, it serves the same purpose, but it gives it a much different patina to the building. Right now, this is highly functional and necessary, but it creates kind of a big chasm, right, in a significant part of the facade. And I don't, again, I invite the team to think about, what imagery is the right imagery for South Miami, but certainly something you can talk about with the Art and Public Places Commission. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
As long as we do not use the Metro Rail parking, whatever they did on that, do not use that as your example of what is okay, because that is horrific.
What condition is that? I'm sorry.
When is that what it says? It's got like numbers and it says
Yes,
crossroads.
no.
They like stuck letters on there, and I think they're calling it Art in Public Places. It's just a.
I'm trying to invoke the idea of the design district, which is a little bit more refined.
Yes, much better. I like that.
In terms of the execution. So I think there's 3 distinct opportunities for that kind of an activation. If you can put your best thinking on that, we would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I think it's a great idea, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I'm just keeping score, making sure that I answer your questions as best as I can. So there were, I still have a couple on my list.
Go for it. Yeah, go ahead.
There was a question and a condition about bikes and scooters and micromobility. If that's a condition, we accept it. However you all want to handle that, that's good with us. There was a question about the timeframes with respect to the north side of 73rd Street that I wanted to ask Mr. Schreiber to just address because he's in the field on that. And then perhaps with those comments, we could arrive at whatever construct, Mr. Mayor, makes you most comfortable, that time frame has some guardrails around it.
Thank you.
So the work on the north side for phase 1, I think the intent was that we were getting through this stage in terms of design and streetscape so that whatever we do on the north side is consistent kind of moving forward. So we're ready to do that work as soon as possible. I think our hesitancy to the strict condition as you wrote it was if one of the neighbors on the north side or something out of our control comes out and there's some delay related to something kind of outside of our realm, that's why we look to modify the language.
Again, it's our right of way. I mean, we definitely need to consult with them and advise them that it's happening, but, again, I'm not sure that we need their express consent to do it. So I don't know if Mr. Manager, Mr. City Attorney, if you've got a different opinion on that.
No, I don't believe we need their consent. I think there was some concern over a portion of the right-of-way that has not been dedicated but has been maintained by the city for years. I think that's the concern that they're expressing.
Okay.
So as soon as there's like clarity around the time frame of the resolution of that issue, then we could find that as a critical path to getting.
Okay, do we want then to have it be the earlier of a date, and maybe one of the triggers is in fact our ability to procure that missing dedication?
Yeah, if it's keyed off of that, then we're good.
Okay.
We just didn't want to get upside down on that obligation.
Is that
That's
12 months, 18 months? What do we?
I believe we have the permit. We just need to have that green light, and we are ready to move.
Okay.
So we can, 6 months, 9 months, we can.
Okay, well, let's do it within 12 months of that date, okay?
That was your 2.7, that was 2.7.
Completed, correct, yeah.
Mayor, I didn't hear the last comment from the audience. What was
The last comment from the audience was they're being very aggressive about when they thought they could complete.
My name's Micah Khan. I'm with Avalon Bay, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. We could have it completed within a year from that date. That's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
That works.
That was 2.7.
2.7, okay. Keep going, you're doing a good job.
Thank you. If only I could read my own handwriting, then I would be confident.
Do you want us to throw, we've got a couple more for the dais. Would you like to take those while you figure out your handwriting?
No, I got, I have, we're happy to take them, but I think I only have one left.
Okay.
The question, comment by Commissioner Rodriguez about I'll call it the far side of Dorn. I don't think it's beyond the grasp of our reach, but as we've sort of walked through the project and allocated the improvements within the project site, and then those improvements not within the project site, and working with your staff, the way that we allocated that was we would do the construction, but the city would fund the improvements on the east side of Dorn. But the goal was that they be done together at the same time by the same team, so that that seamless end result product that you saw in the renderings was delivered without any interruption from a remobilization or having to get another contractor out there working on the other side of that line. So that's how we landed there.
Sir, it's your comment. You're recognized.
Well, I just got to clarify something that the city attorney. So I did speak with the developers, but this was prior to the February 3rd meeting, which I disclosed. Since that February, I have not spoken to them. So just clean up.
Your Chinese disclosure, okay.
I just, again, the conversations prior to February 3rd was always that Dorn Avenue was going to be, it was said that you would provide it. Not, at no point, at least in my conversations, was it that the city was going to be providing the or be on the hook for the cost of the east side of Dorn. Again, and you're gonna be elevating the street, so it's all one level. How, if we were to say no, I don't see how you finish it to match the other side. You're gonna have to do it no matter what.
That is true, right? Our original thought was on Dorn Avenue, you can use art in public places. In my conversations with Javi, he didn't believe that was a correct use of art in public places. And we started talking about other ways. And then we also increased scope, working with your.
So let's just be clear, though.
Not with you.
No, it's fine, but I just want to clarify this point. We're getting $4.25 million in public benefits. Plus, it's okay. I take no offense. I prefer people calling me Javi. It's okay. Roughly, it's 1.5% of the construction cost for APP, right? I'm going to suggest this because
2.5 is half of what we're getting.
Correct. Okay, but we also picked
Actually,
up.
more than half.
We also picked up, I think, what our friends at Avalon Bay would say would be some unexpected cost in it for them, which is the $301,000 in terms of the mitigation for on-street parking. So maybe you give them a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. Is that something we want to credit back to them in exchange for doing this improvement? I'm trying to figure out where you.
Sure.
Your impression was they were doing the improvement. I had the same impression, but I never clarified. So I didn't push this issue for that reason.
I never, I guess, I don't know what your conversations were, but my conversations were, yes, that was gonna be provided as part, again, and I figured there's no other way, because like you just said, there's no way of matching up there, so it's kinda like, you touched it, you own it, kind of thing.
True, and I think your code allows us to use half of the public art contribution for that, and we can do Dorn Avenue if we use that.
Okay.
This was just another means that we don't have the touchdown, we can use that for art.
If our code says it, then
Or they could build a standard condition. I mean, that's another option they have. They can present, which they don't want to do.
Well, we don't want that either.
We don't want that either. So I think.
Either way, I'm good. I mean, if you wanna give a concession as far as, again, I love the project. I've told you that from day one. I wanna see this happen. I understand the other side of 73rd, that should definitely be on us. The Dorn one is just the one that caught me by surprise today when I found out about that.
Let me clarify. My concern about the idea of credits was that, we have other projects. I see art, public benefits as basically land acquisition costs on the part of the developer. As one of the, members of the public mentioned, we're giving them bonuses to build more, right? So to me, those dollars should come to us near site plan approval, not be deferred to a date closer to building permit. I've gotten another request where folks are looking to defer that expense. So I didn't want to set the precedent with this project. of deferring the receipts of those revenues. I'd rather have them pay us and work out a development scheme where we leverage, their design work, we leverage their buying capacity to execute the improvements, and we contribute back a portion of the money they're giving us through the program. So, again, whether it's art in public places or public benefits, I not care. For me, the bigger thing was dollars to us, and we decide what we give back by way of helping to facilitate, this contribution. My conversations with Mr. Khan were roughly the two segments from the center line to opposite of their property was going to be $2.5 million.
Both.
On both,
both
on Dorn
segments.
and 73rd Street?
73rd and Dorn, yes. So that was what we had talked about. If I'm mistaken, you can correct me. That's why.
No, that's correct, but it's also important to note that we are greatly enhancing
Yes.
our half
Yes.
of Dorn Avenue, which is, the code requires us to bring it back to the current condition. We are greatly
You're
enhancing.
going well above the standard, and I think,
we know that.
so, again, colleagues, we can talk about how we think it's fair to apportion that cost. Again, my thought was, it's $2.5 million is their number, prove it to us, right? We can reserve the right to contribute up to that amount, and our statement in this agreement is to that effect. Again,
I agree with
How
that.
much is the art in public places? It's 1.5%?
So it's 1.5%. Half of that, which is 0.75% of their construction cost, is available for right-of-way beautification and placemaking enhancements, which include landscaping, hardscape, street lighting, painting, signage, street furniture.
And how much is that?
It
what
depends
is
on the
your
construction cost.
construction cost estimate,
Yes.
roughly?
Roughly, what is that number?
It's, would be $750 towards streetscape. So AIPP contribution,
$1.5.
$1.5, 1.5%.
So we just call it even?
Let's slow our roll with the art and public places money. They're
No,
handing
but
us
that
4.5
portion.
million, but they're handing us $4-point-something million, completely independent of that. Am I wrong? So you got $4-point-something million in this hand and 1 point whatever in this hand. This $4 million is more than enough to cover the 2.5 that we want to do on the street. We don't need to take art and public places money to say, oh no, but for Rio, we're going to use 750 of art and public places.
So the question, I don't think the question is where, let me just to clarify the issue, just so we're all forgetting, because I didn't want to get into an argument
Yes.
about pots, right? The question is, what do we want to contribute back, all right? So the question is it $2.5 million, or is it something less than $2.5 million, right? That's what they told us they think the cost is. If we say, hey, that segment is on you, the estimate, I believe, Micah, you shared with me, was about $1 million for the Dorn segment, right? So the delta for us is it $1.5 million we're going to contribute back? If we say, you know what, oh, too bad, so sad, you've got to build it to this heightened standard, maybe they agree to that or not. Or do we want to meet them somewhere in the middle? Or do we say, look, we're raising the standard, we're getting a better quality product than we're getting otherwise? It's, essentially their money that's paying for the improvement at the end of the day. And this is one of the eligible uses of any of these pots of dollars, right? I'm fine with the $2.5 million going back. I'm agnostic as to the source, which is why I wanted to keep it somewhat neutral, to avoid us fighting over what the right pot is. But to your point, there's plenty of money in the public benefits pot to do the contribution.
So we're expecting that there's art in public places money that we're gonna get, but as the mayor just said, if they do something very artistic with the metal, there's no money coming to us. They're doing their art in public places and they're covering it. So that money you thought was coming to you is no longer coming to you.
I'm not looking at it as
I'm just saying
me-
there's not
no, I
necessarily
understand.
money
But
coming to us.
I'm not looking at it that way. I'm looking at it as the money that is earmarked for art in public places actually is used for art in public places. Whether it's the screens, whether it's a Botero on the corner of their building, whatever it is, I just don't want us bastardizing those funds for something that really isn't the intent.
Again, technically, it's not bastardizing because it's authorized.
It's
So
au-
their
yeah.
their assumption is not
But you know
unfounded.
what?
I agree. I had the
I
same
just-
reaction you did. I'm just,
Yeah,
again,
it's
being
just
fair.
not-
What we envision
And if
is
we
one
did-
thing, what we wrote is another,
And
and
if
their
we-
assumption is not unfounded based on what's in the rules today.
And if
Commissioner
we
Guy,
have the money
yeah.
from somewhere else, why use it?
That's why I asked the city
I
attorney
agree
specifically,
with
so I
you.
wouldn't spend 10 minutes on this conversation. But
I agree with
anyhow,
you.
failed in that miserably. Mr. Gaia, you've been very patient.
So we said the art in public places is 1.5% of construction costs, is that correct?
Yeah, it's 1.5 million is what they're estimating based on their current construction estimate. We've got $4.25 million coming to us from public benefit contributions for the bonuses, and then we've got another $301,000 as the mitigation for the loss of the 5 on-street spaces. So my math is just under $6.1 million coming to us in
But
contributions from the developer.
And by the way, the way we split that up and what you guys are talking about, Mayor, I'm okay with everything you just said. My only question is that my math isn't making sense that this is $100 million construction cost for this building. And that's what's gonna be in the permit? Because it's 1.5, 100 million, it's $1.5 million.
Yeah, Commissioner Kai, yes, the current estimate is around $100 million. We'll obviously have to finalize that once we finish our drawings and come to a building permit.
For some reason, I just thought it was gonna be a lot more than that, but that's fine.
I hope it's not.
But Mayor, going back to the, going back to the, your point of where plot it comes out, I agree with you. I think that I'm okay with paying the $2.5 million. I think that having the builder and the construction company do that right off the get-go, that we don't have to do it ourselves. We don't have to outsource it. Everything's done for us. It's something that beautifies the city. It's something that we knew we were going to go pay for it. We have a good partner that's going to go do it for us, and hopefully, as we continue this process, we can do that on Sunset Drive and down all the avenues that go into 73rd Street. So I'm looking forward to moving this forward.
No, thank you, Commissioner. Just on this point, assuming we're fine with the $2.5 million contribution, my question is, once we finalize the budget, my only request would be that, again, we agree scope, we agree on budget, that on the execution, your client accept any possibility on cost overruns, right? So since you're delivering the improvement, okay. So again,
We
Commissioners.
answer that question with a resounding.
Yes, I saw the very enthusiastic head nod on the part of Mr. Khan. So I have one. We're going to need to extend again. I have one question on the landscape plan and streetscape plan for Dorn, and it's a question an issue that was raised to me by some of the neighbors. Again, they're not opposed to the improvements, but there's as you know, the alley that exists behind the commercial structure that faces 74th is actually going to be used for access for the new bank building. And so that closed loading condition is going to be lost. So they had approached me about the possibility of having.
You said 74th Street. You're talking about right behind the
liquor store.
You said 70. You said 74th Street.
The commercial property facing 74th Street. So their loading right now happens in a small dead-end alley at the rear of that building. That condition is now going to be opened up to provide the new bank building on Sunset Drive rear access. And so that loading space is effectively going to be lost. And so if you can go back to the streetscape plan for Dorn Avenue, the question I had is, where would it make the most sense to provide the possibility for on-street loading as a modification to what you're proposing? And I want to be respectful of the fact you've got a residential lobby entrance near there, but also want to make sure that we're addressing what's going to become a functional impediment for those neighbors.
Mayor, if I may add, while they're looking up at the drawings.
So,
Mr. Mayor, may I add?
Yes, sir. You please elaborate.
Yeah, so I had the same concern, Mayor. Speaking to some of the residents some of the tenants in the area, is if the loading opportunities for all those restaurants that are across the street, all the way from Sunset to 73rd Street, and the retail allocations there, we really need to make sure we understand the loading opportunities for those particular restaurants. So,
yeah, I think if you go to the landscape section, it's probably a little bit clearer. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, it just doesn't show where we've actually proposed an on-street loading location on 73rd Street. Sorry, Mark Schreiber with Avalon Bay, in red there. So in conversations with Mr. Riverall and the manager and the DRC, we debated kind of whether or not to have the pickup drop-off spaces that we mentioned, that Mark Alvarez mentioned before, and also this on-street loading. So this is 4 parking spaces that's contemplated to be, I think we said from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on-street loading for anybody in the neighborhood, right? So the restaurant purveyor trucks that just sit in a lane and block traffic, we would provide a space for them to do that on-street loading. And, hopefully, what we've seen in other districts, downtown districts, is that these on-street loading spaces are then distributed around the downtown core at some spacing.
Agree with the concept, so, and applaud it, but the concern is not on 73rd. The condition is on Dorn. So you've got,
Yeah, but-
if you go to the landscape slide, I can kind of tell you exactly the section that is been the flashpoint.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes,
may
sir.
add, if you, Mr. Schreiber, what the mayor is speaking about, if you needed to load for Deli Lane, where do you expect that to happen?
So Deli Lane has you could see where their building is the white building on the bottom left. There's a curb cut there where they'll have their trash, grease trap, utility connections right behind the building. So that's where their trash and loading will take place.
Okay, the condition though is sorry, go ahead, Mr. Arcila.
Yeah, so you can
Hi,
see the parking space.
I'm Andres Arcila with Natural Visual Landscape Architecture. If you're referring to the east side
Yes,
of
sir.
Dorn Avenue, as you can see, we still have the access, so which are the double gate that's there.
Yeah, so my point is, functionally, that's not going to exist any longer, because that's going to become an access way to provide the new bank building on Sunset Drive access to the rear parking. So that's going to become essentially a driveway. And so the loading that now happens off-street in that space is going to go away. So the question is, again, my solution as a non-designer practitioner would be to look at losing it looks like the 2 large oak trees just south of there, and provide on that east side, maybe the equivalent of 2 spaces as a designated loading area that could then double as parking in, hours beyond, let's say 11 a.m. Something similar to the scheme you're employing on 73rd, but here to service the corner building, Mano Olivera. There's another small food and beverage establishment, and the liquor store, which also has loading needs, that's oriented to 73rd as well. So that is the conflict point that I'm trying to resolve.
Okay, so understood. So
Yeah.
the concern is about loading. In terms of the trees, right, from our end, we would be hesitant to take out 2, especially because it's,
What I was thinking is you right now have got, going from south to north, you've got that large specimen oak, a parking space, another bulb out for an oak. Why not make that like the equivalent of 2? So you could actually co-locate 2 trees there and then leave the last 2, where the last 2 trees are shown, leave those as parking / loading. That way you
So you would have-
you
so
lose
you would have
one
3
tree, but you
spots?
kind of consolidate it that way.
understood.
Yeah,
So one other thought and question.
yes.
So does there need to be a curb cut to that alley anymore, or there'll be no traffic headed to the alley?
Yeah, there will be traffic headed to the alley again. It's going to be providing rear access for that new building.
There is a parking space before the gate. Does that also get eliminated? You can kind of see the white rectangle to the right of the double swing gate.
Yes, yeah. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
We need
The
to
answer is
extend
no,
the
it
meeting.
does not get eliminated.
It
Yeah,
does
can I have a
not.
motion to extend the meeting to midnight? Is there any objection to the
Move the
extension?
motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, without it, we have a motion by Commissioner Rodriguez and a second by the Vice Mayor. Without objection, show the meeting extended to midnight.
So 2 thoughts just live right here. This plan, the crosswalk on the right-hand side of the screen, with the implementation of a raised intersection that we've hopefully agreed to find funding for here, that crosswalk would move. You would just walk across the intersection, right? And so there might be a way to adjust at the end of the block one of those last trees by the crosswalk area. Be hesitant, this is also right across where, our residential
That's why I
lobby
mentioned it's right in
is
front of your
right
lobby,
across
so that's
there,
why I
too.
wanted to raise the
So,
question, because we're going to
yeah.
need to make an accommodation, where on that street least diminishes from, obviously, the sense of arrival for your residential lobby is a concern for me, certainly. So I wanted to ask you
Mr.
where we could make that modification. Yes, Commissioner Kaya?
Mr. Mayor, so right in front of the lobby, and I don't know who's up at the podium right now, but right in front of the lobby, you have the most extended area for street parking there. That looks like 2 spots, pretty wide. Can we use that as the loading zone for a specific time zone?
No, the thing is, I think their goal would be to avoid the visual and other conflict associated with having the loading
You're
directly
gonna
in
have it-
directly in front of their lobby entrance. I mean, I
You're
would be
gonna
my-
have it no matter what on it. That same idea you just had. It's the same. It's the same concept.
I agree. I'm wondering whether we want to offset it further down Dorn Avenue, closer to 73rd. Mr. Cordovez, if you have an idea, I'd love to hear
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's definitely ways we can study this on the east side. We're thinking of potentially unifying both of the initial parallel spaces and moving the tree islands so that we can have both the loading space and the trees that we want to accommodate. But I think we can come back and study that and provide the necessary loading.
So, Mr. Ressi, we can just include a condition in the resolution addressing the need to modify this segment again. I want to be respectful of the need to balance, obviously creating the right kind of a sense of arrival, but there is this functionality that's being lost, and I want to be responsive to the tenants, because we don't want is a bunch of vacant tenant spaces across the street from you that, just because they can't
Can't load.
functionally operate and can't load. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that we want it on there versus where they currently have it, right on 73rd is a loading thing? You're thinking that's too far to
I
get
think
to the other
look, it's going to probably serve the corner restaurant that's now being re-tenanted. It's going to serve Monolivera, it's going to serve the other small one in between. I think if it's on 70, we don't want it on Sunset, right? I think that's a given. I think 73rd is probably just too far for those establishments closest to Sunset Drive.
Okay, I understand.
Look, can I just finalize something?
Please.
Mr. Mayor. I love the landscaping plan
That's
on
great.
Dorn. Like, I absolutely love it, 100%. I've never seen anything more beautiful. We just need to come up with a plan to figure out how to do that. So I'll leave it in the expert's hand to figure that out. But I mean, I've seen it firsthand, and I went through there, and that the opportunity to offload on Dorn is very complicated.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask for, what is your sense about where we go from here on these studies? Do we work this out at the
I think
staff level?
it's a condition to the hopefully will be a motion to approve. Okay. So condition on the resolution that this
To be worked out
segment.
with staff?
Correct. We worked out with staff, so it's just administrative, and try to reconcile this conflict and provide some modicum of loading on Dorn.
Agreed.
What you said is move that, where that car
I'm gonna leave it to them to figure it out, it's just,
Yeah,
let's
just let
let's
them
let the
figure it out.
professionals deal with it. But they know what we're trying to solve for. Yes, please, yeah.
Okay, number one, when you're looking at the Fresh Market, you have kind of like that frosty glass that you can't really see in some sections. We're not planning on having that in this building in the front anywhere, correct?
Let me ask.
Well, no, I just got the no.
No, on the renderings is because we don't know what the interior is, so we do
Okay.
that effect.
Fair enough, perfect.
If you really want to know, that's really a function of Fresh Market and their layout and their tenanting as a grocery store. Every piece of shelving is revenue for them. We fought them, worked very closely with them to mitigate that as much as possible. And we would do the same. We have a very experienced retail team as part of Avalon Bay that really curates the storefronts. It's very important to us.
But I honestly do not want to see that condition replicated. It will not be. So, I mean, as long as we're clear, and if I need a condition to address it, if it's not addressed in the code already, I think it's just a modification we should have. Again, that project, in my mind, you understand we wanted to push that, kind of create some momentum, but I don't want to replicate that error again.
Okay, then my next one is, I know, I had this conversation with somebody, and I'm not sure who. There's a bunch of those bricks that are memorialized. And
Thank
I
you.
don't know what we're gonna do with them or how we're gonna do it, but we need to do something, because,
Well, so
And it-
just to bring context to that, yeah, that was, that I had spoken to one of the residents that purchased one of those, and they were asking, if, once we were gonna tear those up, I think we spoke about this a long time ago, that they would just wanna come and pick up their,
Yeah, we'll do we'll remove them in a careful way and allow them to be picked up by anybody that wants to come pick
Can
them
I
up.
suggest, honestly, my preference would be to keep that history as part of the street. If there's a way to kind of
It's not in the
incorporate.
street, it's on the sidewalk.
it's
Oh, I
Yeah,
know it's on the sidewalk, excuse me. So I apologize for being inaccurate in the statement. Point being, if there's a way to, even if it's to satisfy your art in public places requirement, if there's a way to kind of incorporate that history into some
Somewhere.
element of the building, a tucked away corner, so that legacy stays on the street, I think it would be an interesting element.
That's coming full circle here. So Andreas originally proposed something like that, so we
Great,
can
thank you.
definitely
Look,
look into
great
something
minds
like
think
that.
alike.
Okay, so then I have the frosted glass, the memorializing things, and then this one's just something from me to you guys. You do whatever you want with it. If you look, you have right now logged as move-in parking, the spot that's furthest from the elevator inside your area. You have 2 loading and 1 move-in. You're gonna have somebody moving in, crossing that street internally. So it's just something for you to consider, not for us to tell you what to do.
Just to show you, we actually have a separate move-in elevator. So the residential move-in is the spaces on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And the dark purple
That's
next
the
to
elevator
blue
they're using?
is a service elevator for the building.
Okay, because I was
So
like,
they back right up
not
to
bad.
it. Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
One last question from my side, Mayor.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
And this question is more for Mr. Shriver or Mr. Khan. And I hate to be a stickler for this, but when you guys are running your numbers, what is your hard cost per square foot?
On the construction, sir, of the building?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Inclusive of design or just the
No hard cost.
hard cost? Okay, sorry.
So our hard cost is right around 400 net. I don't have the gross figure off the top of my head.
Okay, that's enough. Thanks.
Okay. Further comments? Okay, the only other thing I just want to make sure is, Mr. Riccio, in terms of the conditions, do we, as a standard condition, require the landscape, the frontages adjacent to the building to be maintained by the property owner in perpetuity, or how does that work?
So generally, we have that provision for the open space that is provided.
Okay.
I don't believe we're addressing that with respect to the right-of-way.
I mean, the reason I ask is we have some examples here where, Metro South, for example, has that condition as part of their DO. They do a poor job of maintaining. I'm hoping that, I think usually works out best when we ask the neighboring, or require the neighboring property owner to do that. Certainly given, hopefully, the landscaping level that we have here, I think we better be served if we ask them to do that. Not for the eastern portions or the southern portions of 73rd and
Just the
Dorn, but
portions
just the
adjacent
portions-
to their
yes,
site?
Correct. So
Okay.
if we incorporate that, that's the only other comment I had. Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Very quick last comment. 5 years ago, my very first meeting, I voted to approve the site plan and the agreement for this. And I just wanted to say, back then, we didn't have the land use and the zoning that we do today. So you guys really believed in us before we believed in ourselves. And I just want to say, as partners helping execute this board's vision, the city's vision, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Just one clarification on parking in the garage. I know it mentions, construction workers and shall, and so I think that's clear. I think one of the things that we learned from Phase 1, or any project that stipulated that, was that the subcontractors were certainly not really abiding by that, and that became sort of overwhelming because they were parking on the street. And at times, there were a lot of disciplines there at the same time. So is the intent that subs would be covered under the agreement?
Yes, it is. I'll answer that question, yes. So if you're saying we need more sticks, then I would say let's include a penalty provision in the DA, and that becomes LDs they can pass along to because that can become something they contract with their GC around to make sure that they pass along the exposure on those penalties to their contractors, so they're enforcing the behavior of their subs. That would be my suggestion for dealing with it. I don't know if you guys have a strong objection to that.
No objection.
We are great partners, correct? We are our own GC on this project, so
Okay.
we will be policing it, and we'll make sure we put that into our subcontractors as obligation for parking.
Okay.
And I'll provide Mark Schreiber's phone number. You can always call him.
Please, thank you. Okay. Okay, anything else we need to address? No? Okay, so Mr. Rusty, if you can quickly review any revisions to the conditions so that we can get confirmation from the applicant that they have no objection to how they'll be finalized, and then we'll entertain a motion to approve or,
And we need to open a public hearing as well.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, with that conversation have been had, is there any member of the public in the chamber who'd like to address this commission on items 3 and 4? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
And we'd like to extend that opportunity to anyone who is listening online.
No one's online.
Okay. We will close the public hearing. Mr. Ressi, if you can restate the revised conditions or new conditions?
All right, so in addition to the ones that are in your, in the new development or the revised development agreement, to expand the bike racks or to incorporate scooter micromobility storage within the bike racks on the right-of-way, the parking rental fee will be $15 per space per day for the first 30 months, and then the city manager can negotiate after 30 months. The section 4.4, which is the historic preservation commitment, that would only extend to the owner. The section 2.7 timeframe for development of the north side of 73rd Street, east of Dorn Avenue. That would be 12 months from securing either authority or maintenance map approval for the that portion of the right of way.
Completion within 12 months of that.
Completion.
Correct.
Completion.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. There is already a prohibition on the use of on-street parking by construction workers. The manager had pointed that out. So we would extend that to subcontractors. We would include a requirement that any contracts with subcontractors would include a liquidated damages provision to that effect. The south facade, the expanse of mesh for the parking garage, to do something to incorporate art onto that mesh, similar to the design district, not similar to the South Miami Metro Rail Station. The modification of the Dorn Avenue right-of-way improvements plan on the east side to provide additional on-street loading space consisting of 2 adjacent parallel spaces somewhere, subject to their landscape engineer and their architect finding the right way to do it. And then would the loading there be limited to certain hours, to specific hours, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m.? Okay. Developer shall not use frosted glass or other opaque.
And let's allow it to be limited.
I'm sorry?
Let's allow it to be limited, but not require that it be.
Allow it to be limited.
Yes, we may want to speak. I don't know what everyone's loading and delivery schedule is on that street. So again, let's just allow them to. We can allow the manager to approve any reasonable limitations on the hours.
CM to approve.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Developer shall not use frosted glass or other opaque condition on storefront glass adjacent to the right-of-way. Storefront glass shall be fully transparent. The incorporation of memorial elements on Dorn Avenue on some place, is that on the site or in the right-of-way? Is somewhere, just site or right-of-way. All right?
Do you guys want the flexibility to allow you to return it if we can't get something approved by the Art and Public
anybody
Places?
would like to take it back, if we could have that option.
Okay, I'm fine with that, again.
Or return option.
Okay.
All right. A maintenance obligation on the west side of Dorn and the north side of 73rd Street. Upkeep of landscaping and materials. The last one that we never landed on, if the streetscape improvements contribution.
Colleagues,
I don't know if that's
$2.5 million
changing or not.
or something short of $2.5 million. What would you want the maximum contribution to be? Yes, ma'am.
I think that if we have at least a ballpark number, we should try to do that. So, because if not, then later we're trying to play
I
catch-up.
think the difference is, the only point of dissension was from Commissioner Rodriguez saying that that seems to be an extension of their enhancement to the Dorn right-of-way and a necessary modification to the street, and that they should bear all or the lion's share of that cost. I don't want to speak for you, but I'm trying to summarize where he's at. That would mean if you adopted his position, what the developers represented to me was that's $1 million cost. So that would reduce our contribution to $1.5 million on the upper side, down from $2.5 million.
And the intersection, we would include as part of the contribution.
Yes. So I'm fine with the $2.5 million. What is your opinion, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. Then
I'm fine with it because I worry about the alternative.
Commissioner Kaye, I think you said before you were fine with the 2.5.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so, no disrespect, we'll leave it at 2.5. Okay. I think it was a good point, though. Yep. Okay, so that is the set of revised conditions with respect to the special exception approval. Okay? And those modifications will be reflected in the development agreement to the
As
extent
well.
that those issues are addressed in that document as well. Do we need a conflict provision in the DA or the resolution?
We already have one.
We already have one?
Yeah.
And just remind me which one takes precedence?
The DA
Okay,
rules.
thank you, that's fine. Yes,
I
sir.
said one clarification on the art in public place treatment of the screening of the vent. Right, just, we have some certain standards that we have to meet for ventilation and open space. So we can't be in conflict with them.
Again, what I'm suggesting, and again, I don't need to mandate that, I'm suggesting that's an opportunity. I'd like you to consider and put it before the APP, and to my knowledge, the application I'm thinking of, certainly the design district it's a naturally ventilated garage with a similar kind of a mesh treatment, it's just got an image superimposed on the mesh, okay?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you just said it's just a suggestion you have, but I wouldn't say to mandate.
Yeah, if you want to loosen up the condition, it's just a suggestion, not a mandate, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Further comments? Okay. With that, is there a motion to approve item 3?
I move, go ahead.
Can you move 4 first?
4 first?
Yeah.
Happy to. Is there a
Thank you.
motion to move item 4, please?
Like to move item 4 with modifications.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Corey and a second by Commissioner Bonich. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Great. Is there a motion to adopt item 3 with the conditions as modified? Sorry, with the modifications to the development agreement.
I move the item with modifications.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so a motion by Vice Mayor Corey and a second by Commissioner Bonich. Colleagues, anybody want to say anything before we vote? I just want to say something very quickly. One is a thank you to the team and the development sponsors. I certainly have gotten a couple calls and comments about consternation about the height of the building. I just want to say this by way of comments in the record so people understand certainly my rationale for voting for this project at this intensity and this height, because I'm sure I'm going to get asked on doors when I have to knock on them later this year. So I want to just be clear. One is, we have been very lucky to have someone like Victor Dover and Mary and their partners working in the city for a long time. I wish that when they adopted the hometown ordinance, which I think was a revolutionary code, we'd actually allow the city to grow under it. The only thing that time does is make things more difficult and more costly. And we know what's happened with real estate in this district and the value of the commercial rents associated with the improvements on these lots. When I started this conversation with so if we had allowed the world to evolve as Victor had imagined it in 1992, 1993, we probably would have, 8-story buildings on the level of London and Paris, and it would have created a lot of value that would be very difficult to undo today because of the latent economic value of them, right? But we deferred and delayed that investment, and so we find ourselves in a markedly different universe where rents have risen, costs have risen, And we need to kind of open the envelope further, I think, to allow these sites to be put into productive service. The reason I got comfortable with this execution at this intensity is because I understand what the economic value of the leases are for the current tenant mix there. If a very lucrative lease for a use I think all of us would like to not see on our main street any further. Deli Lane is an equally lucrative lease as well. When you think about the capitalized value of those leases, you have to basically provide this kind of an opportunity for the owners to really think about repositioning the real estate. Otherwise, the economic incentive is to leave it as it is and take no risk. And I think that this is the result of the deferral and the delay that's happened over the last 30 years. And just a recognition of the reality that the underlying value of that land, if they did nothing, probably requires this kind of a multiple to get them to consider the opportunity we have in front of us. I think that's unfortunately the economic reality, to realize the vision that others had 30 years ago, which is to make this a 24-hour downtown, which we all want, with the amenities supported by residents that heretofore have not existed. So I want to just put that on the record, share that by way of observation. I'm excited about this corner being transformed and this being a gateway building into our new SoMe district. Thank you to the design team, both on the landscape and architectural sides, for I think a very elegant execution of the building. To Victor and his team for helping us reimagine Dorn Avenue once again. I'm excited about this next incarnation and looking forward to voting up on this item. Yes, ma'am.
And I think you're being very kind in not pointing out, but I will do it for you, because you may not remember, is the state has actually mandated what is going to happen. And we, in trying to not let things run amok, have made the code what it is. So we've very much been cognizant of what can happen, and with the help of you and our legal team and what have you, and Mark Alvarez, man extraordinaire,
Thank you, Mark.
have managed to kind of quash that as much as we're able. So I understand when people are upset, but they also have to understand what the reality is coming down from the state, where it's a free-for-all.
No doubt. And I think, look, I'll put it very bluntly. If someone told me I get to trade this building and get rid of, a strip club at the entrance of our town center, which is kind of, again, no disrespect to those operators, they're probably the best operators in that category that you could ask for in a city. But, again, it's been a blight on, a gateway to our town center, our SoMe district for a long time. I think this is a much better enhancement to this corner. And, I'm looking forward to seeing this project brought to fruition. And again, thank you for Avalon Bay. And again, as our Vice Mayor said, believing in us before we even believed in ourselves. So again, so as not further delay the meeting, is we have a motion and a second to adopt as modified. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Moniz?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thanks again. Colleagues, we've got still a number of items. Are there anything we are okay with deferring to a next meeting?
Can we defer the discussion items?
We can defer the discussion items. Are there any discussion items anyone needs to absolutely take up? So,
I mean, the historic one is easy.
okay,
I think-
so let's,
I mean, let's do
we
the
say-
easy ones.
But keep in mind, we have essentially
Our
5
code
minutes.
said we can't go past 12.
Exactly, we have 5 minutes to get this done.
okay, so I'm going to move that we defer the balance of the agenda. If we need to schedule another meeting to take up these items, I'm happy to do it. Colleagues, just by way of preview of things to come, on item 7, I just have concerns on the rate that we're being compensated at for the use of that public space. So my thought was, rather than upset the apple cart with, a good educational partner here, is to extend that agreement for a year and understand, because I've asked staff, and I think we really don't understand how we arrived at this particular fee structure. But it seems markedly low for the level of utilization that the school gets, and I just want to kind of recover, some capital costs, obviously, that we need. So we can talk about that further. If we have the time, I don't know I don't want to delay them having some certainty for the next year.
So then let's vote on it right now?
No, but I don't, I would want to modify it to just a single year. I don't know if everybody's in agreement with that.
Why? Because you think we're getting too little?
Yeah, I mean, we're basically just kind of taking the base number, which no one understands how we arrived at that base number, and increasing it by CPI. And that's been the practice for the last 6 or 7 or 8 years, so.
We've gone as far back, Mayor, as 2000, I have shared the text as you had asked me earlier. Obviously in the middle of this conversation, and it was like 12 grand 10 years ago, increasing at 3%, so therefore that's how you get to the 16. The reference was made as the adopted fee schedule. That I haven't had a chance to look at as to what was that fee schedule.
Again, I don't want to start to bust the bank with these guys. I mean, it's an educational institution. I want them to continue to have the access to the use. Again, I'm happy extending it under this scheme for another year, and then we can have a conversation about what the right reset is to kind of chew it up. So I'm happy to move it with a modification to a term of a year, but that is a public hearing item.
There's nobody here.
Do we want to take it up, or do we want to defer the balance of the agenda? Is there any type of urgency on any of these items?
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I would certainly appreciate number 2 resolution, EXP, our partner who's currently providing services.
Can we read that very quickly, Madam Clerk?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the proposal and project work purchase order with EXP US Services, Inc. to provide project management services and advisory on-call and project-specific support services in amount not to exceed $119,890.
Any questions of the manager with respect to item 2?
Nope.
Seeing no questions, is there a motion on item 2?
I move the item.
Okay, a motion by Vice Mayor Corey and a second by Commissioner Bonich. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Commissioner Cayenne?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's read item 7 really quickly.
Item 7, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving a franchise and joint use agreement with Somerset Academy, known as Somerset Elementary and Middle Schools, for the continued use of certain outdoor facilities at Murray Park during the regular school year, and indoor basketball gymnasium at the Gibson Bethlehem Community Center for the end of the school year award ceremony.
Okay, this is a public hearing item. Is there any member of the public who'd like to address this commission item 7? Seeing no one in the chamber and no one online, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues, I'd like to move the item with the amendment to just limit the term to a year.
I'll second that amendment, Mayor.
Okay, so I have a motion by myself with that amendment and a second. Any discussion?
Nope.
We'll bring this back and put it in a longer posture for them once we have a conversation on the fee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll then.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Commissioner Cayenne?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes,
Do you
Item
just want
passes
to do
5.
5 and be done?
let's just do 5 and be done with it. Madam Clerk, if you can read 5, please.
Yes, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending section 20-2.3 definitions, 20-3.5 dimensional requirements, 20-3.6 supplemental regulations, and 20-4.5.1 tree protection to revise regulations relating to single-family development.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, any questions on item 5?
No, just
No
clarifying, this
changes.
is 30 feet from finished floor.
Yep.
And we have the appropriate definition now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, this is a public hearing item. Is there any member of the public who'd like to address item 5?
Nope.
Again, which is a modification to our single-family development regulations. Seeing no one in the chamber and no one online, we will close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'm
I'll
making a
move it.
motion.
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Rodriguez, a second by Commissioner Bonich. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Commissioner Cayenne?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Okay, let's, with that, let's table the balance of the discussion items. If you can carry them over to the next agenda, Madam Clerk, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'm sure.
Okay, colleagues, thank you.
Really
Appreciate
quick,
the
I
good
just
work.
want to bring up one quick thing, because it's for all of us before we run out of time and turn into pumpkins. The April 7th meeting, we have 1, 2, and 3 commissioners that our kids are on spring break. So would you guys be open to moving that?
Can we just have the clerk circulate a memo regarding availability? We
Yes.
can modify it accordingly on March 3rd, okay?
Okay.
With that, we
Yeah.
stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.